Testing 1, 2. One, two, three.
Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. There is a quorum in the room. I'd ask you to take your seats so we can get started. Morning and welcome to the Community and Protective Services Committee. We do have a very full agenda today, and I do have some concerns about quorum this afternoon. So just remind the members of committee, obviously ask your questions that are important to ask, but if we can be as expeditious as possible going through this agenda, just because I'm concerned about quorum, then I would appreciate that. So there are some changes on the agenda, so just work with me here as we move through the consent agenda. First one is communications response to inquiries, and it's the geese management strategy. Councillor Fleury has asked that this be lifted, so we need the consent of committee to lift that item. Carried? Okay, so that will now become item number 1. Social Assistance Management System update. Can we just receive that? Oh, and there's also an approval there. So, and received and carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay, then item number 2, status update, Community and Protective Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending June 11th, 2015. Received? Sorry, and confirmation of minutes for May 21st, 2015. Carried on the minutes. Okay. Item number 3, commemorative naming Percy Taverner Park. Carried? Carried. Item number 4, commemorative naming George Watson Gazebo. Carried? Carried. Item number 5, commemorative naming Kemp Woodland. Carried? Carried. Item number 6, semi-annual performance report to Council Q4 2014 and Q1 2015. Questions? Okay, so Councillor Nussbaum is holding that item, so we'll hold it and return to it. Item number 7, proposed 2015 to 2018 term of council priorities. There are numerous speakers on that item, so it'll be held and we'll return to it. Item number 8, Ottawa Community Housing Corporation mortgage refinancing. Carried? Item number 9, 10-year housing and homelessness plan update. Carried? Okay, so it's being held by Councillor Fleury.
Chair, I actually had a question on this, on the
On item number 8? Okay, so we're just going to return to item number 8. Councillor Nussbaum is holding that one.
Chair, if it's just a question because we have to hold staff, do we mind?
Is it a brief question, Councillor?
Yeah.
Would you like to ask it now?
Well, why don't we go through the
Okay. Yep. Okay, so item number 8 is being held. Item number 9 is being held. Item number 10, submission on the review of Ontario long-term affordable housing strategy. Carried?
I have a comment on it.
So hold. Fleury and Nussbaum. Okay, item number 11, Ottawa Fire Services 2014 annual report. Received?
Received.
Item number 12, Ottawa Fire Services 2015 station location study. With the consent of committee, I'm proposing that we move this item to item number 2 because Councillor Brockington has to leave this afternoon and he has some questions on this one. So with your consent, this will become item number 2. Okay, so that will move. Number 13, bylaw review strategy. Now, there are 3 registered delegations to speak on this item. I just want to be very clear that it would be out of order today to speak about the content of this. This is just a process motion today. The bylaw review will come back, and that will be the opportunity to speak about the content of any recommendations. But for today, this is just the process. So the people that have registered, is it process that you wish to speak to? Yes? Okay, so we're going to hold that item and return to it. And then item number 14, progress of the Sandy Hill Town and Gown Committee. And Councillor Fleury, who also has to leave this afternoon, has asked that that item be moved to item number 1. So with the consent of committee, we'll move that item to item number 1. Is that carried? Yes. Carried? Okay. So then, returning to item number 8, and Councillor Nussbaum, you had a brief question on OCH mortgage refinancing.
We have OCH staff here who might be Ben, I see Ben. If you want
Can the OCH staff come to the table?
So we have
Madam Chair, there should be the semi-annual report. That relates to housing, so I don't need to ask the question now. I can raise that in the context of the housing discussion.
Okay, so Councillor Nussbaum is offering to ask his question on the semi-annual report
In the context of the housing.
in the context of housing. But does that keep the staff here?
No, I just have an OCH question.
separate. Let him ask us.
So you want to ask OCH question now on item number 8. Carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Just with regard to the report from Ottawa Community Housing Corporation on mortgage refinancing, this seems to me to make a lot of sense. There's clearly a great need. Just a couple of questions on the long-term sustainability. At a different report in today's very substantial agenda, there's talk of the fact that for social housing writ large, and I don't know how much of that is for OCH, that the annual property repair price tag is something in the range of $50 million, and we're investing a lot less than that. So that's one point. And then I guess the second point here is this is the extension of a series of different mortgages in order to finance some of that property maintenance. I guess my two-part question is, first, has there been an assessment made before the money from the mortgages gets invested in properties as to whether those properties should A, be repaired, or B, be the subject of a revitalization or reconstruction? I don't know who I'm looking at, but all three of you. So to what extent has there been a process whereby OCH has identified, this set of properties is going to require such extensive property repair that instead we might want to reconsider a reconstruction or revitalization of that particular lot? And the second part of the question, well, maybe I'll stop there and let you answer.
Thank you for the question. Madam Chair, I'm David McCarran, Executive Director of Corporate Services.
Can you put your microphone on?
It is on. Just, you have to speak in front of it, David.
Really speak into these suckers.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for the question. Madam Chair, Executive Director of Corporate Services, David McCarran, on behalf of OCH. We've done a comprehensive building condition assessment study for every property in the portfolio and identified the immediate repairs that are priority, the longer-term requirements as well, projecting over a 30-year period. Each of the properties that is the subject of refinancing has been assessed in terms of its long-term viability and whether or not it's appropriate to invest in repair or replacement of that property. The money that we raise through this refinancing initiative is available broadly to repair the housing portfolio, so it's not restricted to the specific properties that are subject to the mortgage refinancing. So there is a very comprehensive process regarding the viability of these properties and the investment in the longer term. This year, OCH will spend about $30.5 million in capital repair projects directly. And we are able to sustain a significant investment in capital repair over the next 10 years. We can see very clearly the cash flow in part from refinancing, in part from annual contributions and funding provided by the city under our operating agreement into the sustainability of the housing portfolio. Repair is not enough to make sure that this housing continues to be available to the people in our community who need it. So we also have a very active portfolio management strategy that in some cases involves disposal of property, in some cases the substantial redevelopment of properties. So this is one part of a very comprehensive set of solutions we're bringing to the table.
Right, because I understand from speaking with the chair and others that there is a portfolio analysis being undertaken now to see whether or not there will be subject properties which could be the subject then of sort of major reconstruction. And so the second part of my question is the remortgage, the refinancing strategy sustainable in the long term? Meaning, do you anticipate that OCH will be able to manage the vast amount of repairs that are necessary solely through using the refinancing tool, or at some point is OCH going to require another revenue source to say the refinancing isn't sufficient, additional revenue sources are going to be needed to manage this?
Madam Chair, the financing is part of the solution. It is not sufficient to address all of our capital requirements or the expansion of the housing portfolio to provide additional affordable housing in our community. We've articulated a long-range financial strategy that identifies a number of initiatives, including raising non-rental revenue through rooftop rentals and advertising and other areas like that. So it's a very important part of a comprehensive strategy. That long-range financial strategy that was approved by our Board of Directors December 2013, we expect to refresh before the end of the year.
Thank you for those answers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And carried on item number 8? Carried. Councillor Nussbaum, were you suggesting that item number 6, the semi-annual performance report, could now be carried?
It can be carried. I have a question that relates to housing, but we can cover that under the housing report.
So carried on item number received on item number 6 then? Received. Okay, thank you. So returning then to the communications response to inquiries, geese management strategy, and Councillor Fleury, I think you have a question.
I do have, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a comment and a motion in front of us. We're joined here by Lila Gibbons, who is the staff overseeing that strategy. I wanted to thank her for meeting with me and for really highlighting some of the challenges her group has had at Petrie Island and how we can look to the Rideau River, because there are a lot of parks along the Rideau River that have had impacts. I want to take 1 second. I think it's important to remind the context under which this came about. So we were flagged by park users and by pathway goers of the issue along the Rideau pathways and parks. I brought it to committee as an inquiry in terms of understanding what is the geese management strategy. And when it came back, as you see in the answer, it really reflects some of the initiatives we've done at beaches. So to expand the strategy and to reflect some of the challenges we're having at our parks and pathways along the Rideau River, I'm asking to modify the strategy to reflect some of those urban areas that are impacted by the geese population. At this point, the only thing we're asking is for a review. It doesn't implement any of the strategies, and I'm sorry to highlight, but some of the media have really gone into what we'd be doing out of the strategy. It's really too far ahead. We have to start by doing the analysis. So the motion reads as follows. Whereas research has shown that geese are highly adaptable and grow accustomed to most geese management strategies within a few days or weeks, whereas the Public Works Department will test a variety of methods for geese management in 2015, and through the collection of data, staff will have the necessary information to develop a more complete and comprehensive geese management strategy with options for broad application. And whereas parks along the Rideau River appears to be highly populated with geese and geese droppings, and has not and is not part of the current 2015 geese management strategy, and whereas an appropriate solution for including parks along the Rideau River into the current strategy will need to be evaluated given the effectiveness of certain strategies is dependent upon a number of factors including time of year, location, etc. Therefore, be it resolved that staff evaluate options of adding an additional pilot to the 2015 geese management strategy to include parks along the Rideau River, including possible funding options, and report back to CPS committee.
Can we get a staff comment?
Through the chair. Thank you, Matthew, for Councillor Fleury for clarifying that. We will be looking at additional options and methods throughout the city. Petrie Island is a very different look. We have the turtles, the protected area for the turtles there, so there are different methods that we needed to consider at that facility. Along the Rideau River, some of the considerations that we will be looking at is the modification of the landscape. If there's a potential that we do have resident geese in the area, we may be looking at whether it's oiling or addling. We have not made that decision at this point in time. And there's also the option for dog hazing or the drones. So through the motion, we will be looking at options. We will be discussing it with a biologist to look at the best options for that particular site.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
May I just seek clarification on what parts of the city this management strategy was going to incorporate versus what has been not included that Councillor Fleury is trying to include, just so I can get a sense of if there are any other locations that councillors feel should be the focus of this comprehensive study that are not included. So the original study was to include what? Just city parks, or?
Through the chair. The initial study started off with concerns that were brought forward with the beach operations. Since that time, we've been researching a number of other methods, and we will be looking at the most heavily used active parks for our residents and for our visitors, and that's where we'll be focusing our efforts. Typically, we're not looking at removing the geese population from the urban core. We're just looking at controlling it in the most heavily used areas. So if there is areas of concern, please do forward it to us.
Any other questions? Councillor Kakish.
Just a quick question, because I remember a few years ago we had the same problem at Andy Hayden Park. So why don't we have an effective, consistent strategy that deals with this? Why do we need to adopt different pilot projects? Since we've dealt with this issue before at several parks, do we not come up with an effective long-term strategy?
Through the chair. Because we're dealing with resident geese and we're dealing with migratory geese, there are different strategies in different areas. At Andrew Hayden Park, we are not aware at this point in time whether they're migratory or resident, where at Petrie Island, the resident, we did have a solution that we were using at the time to remove the geese during the busiest times at Andrew Hayden Park, which meant the dog hazing. It's a combination of methods that we feel, and through speaking with the Canadian Wildlife Services, that we feel will do a better, more comprehensive job. So we are trying different methods at different areas, and we'll come together with a more comprehensive management plan that we can put forward for the different areas of the city. But we will be considering Andrew Hayden Park again because the populations have been growing there as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Carried?
Carried.
Moving on then to the new item number 1, which is actually item number 14, and it's the Sandy Hill Cap and Gown. Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Quelques mentions spéciales pour le comité mixte université-communauté. This goes back a couple of years now, and really wanted to highlight the work of our staff in bylaw services, Ottawa Police Services, under the leadership of our Deputy City Manager. We've really seen a lot of progress, and the community is seeing that. I want to highlight the membership around the table. So in the room we have John Dickey from the Eastern Ontario Landlord Association, who's also part of the group. Thank you, John. We have the University of Ottawa through all of their administrations, housing, and operations. We also have community members from Action Sandy Hill and members abroad. So just wanted to highlight some of the initiatives that have been ongoing and have shown great success. So we have the regular walkabout. As students move into the neighborhood, we have a pamphlet drop. We work with community advisors and we distribute them to most problematic addresses. We highlight garbage pickups, some of our regulations around noise, what are the city services, university services, landlord services. So that's quite positive around the move-in, move-out. We've had some enforcement initiatives through those that have demonstrated success. We've also met with the 12 most problematic landlords, so the addresses that received most calls for in terms of property maintenance, property standards, and that's shown another element of success. As you've seen, the university has engaged in master plan review, which also has highlighted some of the progress around the university-owned and managed student residences. They've grown quite significant, the amount of bedrooms, and that's shown to reduce a lot of the pressures in the residential areas of Sandy Hill, including all of what Planning Committee at the City of Ottawa has done to help with those strategies. We remember the moratorium on conversions, infill 1, infill 2. This term we'll look at the R4 zone review as well as the Sandy Hill secondary plan. I'm also highlight the Sandy Hills heritage, the heritage study review that's just passed the committee. So for 2015, it's important to note that we are working to inform landlords better. In a lot of situations, landlords are not informed of behavioral challenges of their tenants on their properties, example for noise. So we are going to roll out with Service Ottawa and with the help of EOLO a strategy to inform the landlords when there are problems at their addresses. It's a component of information. It doesn't act upon anything. It doesn't put any enforcement, but it does inform the landlord about what's happening on their property. We wish all landlords were as active, but as you know, a lot of them own multiple properties, and that's where some issues arise. So wanted to provide committee a yearly update on it. Wanted to thank committee for allowing and giving me the time to provide an update. Maybe our deputy city manager would like to perhaps add to this context.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and I must admit, and I know the Councillor is well aware of this, as many of our Council members, that we know the city cannot resolve these challenges on our own, and that it can become very, very expensive. So this has certainly been a unique partnership with the community, that we need the community to be part of this, and look to their leadership to address issues. This has been a great success, a good example of how we're taking a more holistic approach to tackle the issues, and a more integrated approach as well, where we're partnering with all of our city partners and the police and the community, and we're addressing the issues where we see the problems. So you can see in the report that you've done here today where we've had success, and hopefully we can keep moving in that direction. So thank you to the Councillor as well for your support.
Okay, anyone else received on item number 14?
Received.
Thank you. Okay, so moving then to our next item, which is item number 2, but came from item number 12, is the Ottawa Fire Services 2015 Station Location Study, and Chief Pinjatori has a PowerPoint presentation, I believe, so over to you, Chief.
And Madam Chair, I just wanted to introduce the panel who's here with Chief Pinjatori. We have Deputy Chief Ayat and Corey DeZormo, who have been working on this report. This has been a report that's been 3 years in the making, and it has been fairly comprehensive under the leadership of Chief Pinjatori. So we look forward to presenting to you what we think is a very viable approach to ensuring we have an effective fire service in this city. Okay, and I'll hand it over to the Chief.
Good morning, everyone. everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today to give you a quick overview of the station location study. And as Susan Jones indicated, this has been over 3 years in the making. A lot of hard work, a lot of data, a lot of science behind this. What we'll talk about today is we'll be reviewing the new response standards, the methodology that we use for the station location study, what that data and science was, and of course we'll be going over the findings and recommendations. So when we talk about the new response standards, what's changed in our industry is that before we used to really concentrate on the first vehicle to arrive, the first 4 firefighters. Now, the new best practice is a risk-based standard. In other words, it's a deployment that considers risk, specific risk within the community. You'll hear me refer to the term effective response force many times within my presentation. What that indicates is the number of firefighters that it takes to carry on specific tasks, critical tasks we call them, benchmarks, things that we must do to ensure the safety of not only the public but also the firefighters. And then we take those numbers of firefighters and match them to specific risk. In other words, building size, building age, building density, population density. We'll be showing a chart momentarily that will break that down a little bit more for you. Of important note is the fact that the several industry leading organizations have endorsed this risk-based model. It's the most effective way to protect lives and protect property. Such organizations include the Ontario Fire Marshals, the Metro Fire Chiefs Association, and the Commission of Fire Accreditation International. What's significant about the Commission of Fire Accreditation International is that we recently received accreditation. Our department, I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute, but I'll refer to them as CFAI. And these new standards played a vital role in that accreditation. Frankly, these standards that we're proposing here today in an inquest is what we would be held against. At the same time as we were doing the station location study, we went under a rigorous review during our accreditation process. There were 2 phases of that accreditation process, one being the self-assessment, which we looked very closely at 253 performance indicators. And those indicators are everything from our standard operating procedures to specific types of risks that are found within our city and how we deal with them. And also then attached to our report is a document called the Standards of Cover, which was a comprehensive risk-based deployment analysis. In other words, our effective response force for our fire suppression, how we dealt with all kinds of hazards and all kinds of responses like water rescue, hazardous materials, and even our wildland fire capabilities. This obviously led us to adopting those standards, those industry best standards as our methodology, and it basically laid the framework and the methodology for our station location study. In essence, we use the accreditation process as a third-party validation. If you need any more information about the accreditation process, it's within the annual report. So let's talk a little bit about the response standards. This slide has a lot of information on it. I'm very busy, so let me break it down for you. The city, of course, is a large geographic area. That's one of our risks. And it's broken up into a density, urban, suburban, and rural. And I want to assure you that density is not about the level of importance, but rather the identifying certain risk. And within each of those population density areas, we have similar risks. But we broke them down into about 4 different ratings. The low would be a car fire, a dumpster fire, which would require 4 firefighters on scene. Moderate 1 would be a single-family home, which would require 14 firefighters. Moderate 2 would be a multi-unit dwelling, which would require 17 firefighters. And high special, let's say a hospital, would require 25 firefighters. So again, the effective response force for each of those risks, but we must measure them within a certain time frame. I want to make it clear that we're not just sending those number of firefighters. At any given time in the city, we have 161 firefighters that we could utilize to deal with an emergency, multiple emergencies. When I say the time frames that you see there, which we'll call the benchmarks and the baselines, that is a range of response time which is measured in drive time. The benchmarks were, during our accreditation process, the Ottawa Fire Service adopted the NFPA standard as our benchmark. The NFPA, National Fire Protection Association benchmark, is a very high standard. And the accreditation process allows us to take that standard and increase it by 30% from that benchmark to establish a baseline or a minimum. In other words, the benchmarks represent our targets or goals, and we'll strive to attain that. And the baseline is our minimum standard. It's important to note that the range between the benchmark and the baseline needs to be met 90% of the time for us in order to attain our accreditation. We will be reaccredited, I'm confident of that, 5 years from now, but each of the years until then we have to report and show that we have an improvement. And we're measuring, we already see improvements from just the sheer fact that we're deploying based on effective response force. So again, I just want to reiterate, it's not always about the first fire truck arriving, it's more about providing the effective response force to meet under the response standards. So now that we had that risk-based standard adopted and utilized, we used it to conduct or update our station location study. And we used 3 key considerations: the risk rating that we just talked about, the effective response force, and our response standards. To validate our analysis, we used an in-house geographic information system. What this was we were able to build the updated road network, which also included growth areas. Those growth areas could be 5, 10, 15, 20 years away. We have that technology of understanding and when that can happen. And we were able to drive from the station, each station or wherever we plotted stations, to a location or an area to determine whether or not we were meeting the response standards. I can assure you again that the geographic information system we use is extremely accurate and certainly a lot of hard work from people within the fire service and our GIS technologists to make that happen. So as a result of all of our data and science, the study had 3 findings. 1, it reconfirmed the need for a station in Orleans South due to growth. It also indicated that Canada North will need a station as well due to growth. And we also found one opportunity to be able to consolidate 2 stations into one in the Saraville corridor. So therefore, we're here today, as per the report in front of you. Again, just to note that because the Orleans station was identified but was also passed by council in the 2008 study, it's not up there on that slide, that had been identified approved by council, and has been accruing funds since that time frame, and we're proposing that station would be built in the year 2017. The recommendations in front of you, of course, is to adopt the new standards and build a new station in Canada North to deal with growth in that area. A little bit more about Canada North. As a result of the urban boundary expanding there, we did not capture that as it wasn't indicated back in 2008 because the boundary was a different place. But the boundary has expanded and growth is expected to happen in that area. But we believe that that's only going to occur around the year 2020, so that'll be in the next term of council. Also of note is that it will be a relocation of a station. In that area, we have an opportunity to take the Rydell station, a small rural suburban station with, there are 10 career firefighters assigned to that station, 2 per shift, and volunteer firefighters. It's a composite station. The new location will remain as a composite station, and there will have to be an additional 10 firefighters assigned to that station to meet the standards. Again, those 10 firefighters will be a budget pressure in the next term of council for 2020. The consolidation of 2 stations in the Sayreville corridor, we found that our industrial station and our Blair station could be relocated in one location on Sayreville Road and still meet the response standards with no adverse effect to public safety. That new station would be located on city-owned land on Sayreville Road. The proposed build is 2017, at the same time as the Orleans station. So the idea would be to build the new station on Sayreville Road, the new station in Orleans South in the year 2017, whereby it would allow us to reinvest, relocate, redeploy equipment and firefighters without causing an additional FTE requirement. There's a map over to my right which indicates the location of the station. You'll see that it's in an area whereby we looked at we took a radius and we wanted to plot the station in a radius that would work to make sure that we continued to provide the response standard. And it wasn't necessarily in between these 2 stations, but it was in an area that was between the existing stations that were remaining. The Alta Vista Station, Coventry Station, Blackburn Hamlet Station. So it worked very well in that Sayreville corridor. So in summary, and in closing, I just want to assure you that I know that it is my duty as fire chief to ensure that residents and firefighters under my charge are safe and well protected. Should these recommendations be approved here today, our response standards will be met and public safety will be maintained. I would never be making these recommendations if it put the public at risk. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Chief Pingatore. There is one public delegation. We'll call that delegation first, and it's Peter Kennedy, President of the Ottawa Professional Firefighters Association. Right here. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. Thanks for being here. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for holding this information session, and I'd like to thank Fire Services for their presentation, and certainly the Community and Protective Services Committee. As an association, we have certainly the best interests of our membership and the best interests of the public when it comes to public safety. We applaud the adoption of different standards as they apply to a safe firefighting force, as it applies to firefighting. And coincidentally, that also applies really to medical first aid and a number of the other emergencies that we respond to. It's coincidentally that 4-minute benchmark that we look under the NFPA standard, and even the 512 benchmark that we're looking at under a benchmark under CFAI is very appropriate for us in that realm. I think, Chief, one of the questions our members have is why not just close one station and keep the other station open? You mentioned an effective fire force, and so I think our members are wondering where that effective fire force would not meet the requirements. And then I think the second point is, what we're seeing is really through simulation. But once the rubber hits the road, if in fact we find that we're not meeting those requirements as the accreditation service requires, what would be a contingency plan should that be the case?
Normally we don't ask questions from delegations, but I'm going to let you go ahead and answer that, Chief.
Through you, Chair. The first question, closing a station in isolation. When we went through when we started this process, we looked across the entire city. And obviously one of the things that we looked for was some efficiencies. More importantly, we looked at whether or not there was a possibility of closing any station in isolation. And what we found is that closing one station in isolation without making any kind of adjustments created gaps in our effective response force and would have adversely affected public safety. So that was taken off the table for us, closing one station in isolation. As for the other, we continuously, again, through the accreditation process, we have to report on an annual basis. Our goal is to improve response times, and we have technology in place, and we continue to improve our technology, and there are a lot of aspects of technology that will only improve our response time. So I'm very confident that as Chief, it's my professional opinion that we will improve our response times, including within that cerebral corridor. Through one of the things that will come up for sure is the traffic congestion in a lot of areas. This fall, we've been working very closely with traffic management group, and we've adopted a traffic preemption system, which will start to be installed this fall, which turns the lights green in the direction that we are traveling. In other words, safely moving traffic in front of us and not disrupting traffic patterns, because as soon as we go through the intersection, the lights return to their normal operation. So I trust that that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. There are questions to staff, and we'll start with Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you very much to the Chief, the Deputy Chief, Madam Jones, Mr. Kennedy from the Professional Firefighters Association for attending.
Councillor Cloutier, can you eat that mic?
The community meetings, for attending community meetings we had in about the station relocation study. Chief, can you reassure me in layman's terms to the community of Alta Vista about the changes to the Alta Vista station, the impacts on the community, on those residences that are closest to the Industrial Road station?
Through you, Chair. I can't stress enough that I would never make any recommendations that would adversely affect public safety. We actually, with this change, with the proposal of the Cerebral Road station and closing of the Industrial station and the Blair Road station, we meet and exceed the effective response force in that area, and will continue to do that. The other thing to consider is, of course, the Industrial station, for instance, will remain as our training academy, which often, the majority of time, there are firefighters there training. We're not talking about new recruits. We're talking about veteran firefighters honing their skills, making sure that they keep on top of all of their legislative requirements, and they are available to respond as well. So I could assure your community that there's no adverse effect.
Thank you. You said that the industrial road station will stay as a training site. So under what circumstances would those professional firefighters, or maybe those recruits, maybe not, maybe they don't deploy, under what circumstances would they attend an emergency situation? Is it medical emergencies, 1, 2, 3 alarm fires? What are the circumstances that would bring them into play?
Good question. All of the above. We have the technology through our dispatch center to know where all of our vehicles are. They have automatic vehicle locators on them within our mobile data terminals, and especially considering this change, we'll ensure that there's standing operating procedures in place, that available vehicles will make sure that they are available. Our dispatch center is tasked with sending the closest vehicle on top of the closest station, and so they'll always make an effort to ensure that if that vehicle is available, it will respond.
So just to put to summarize, under most emergency situations, there would be a response from the industrial road station. Is that what I understood? Is it a 3-alarm fire where you cancel training and dispatch crews?
Yeah, there are a number of standard operating procedures we have, including, you're right, if there's certain types of fires that take up enough resources, you're right, training is suspended that day or during that time frame. During the day and evening is the time that they usually are training at that site. You have to understand that firefighters all want to help and assist in every way they can. It would be hard to keep them away from responding to any call in that area if they know they're available. They're monitoring the airwaves all the time when they're in that area.
The report speaks of alarm time. The Standards of Cover report speaks of alarm times, turnout times, travel times, and you spoke of the effective response force. How do you measure the activities of the effective response force, of the firefighters, once they're at the scene, once they arrive at the scene of an urgent situation, and how do you improve those? How do you work to measure and improve those times?
Through you, Madam Chair. That's an excellent question, Councillor. The accreditation process, in order, again, to maintain our accreditation, there are a number of benchmarks that we must measure, and that's why I'm very proud of our service. We're 1 in 6 departments in Canada to receive this accreditation. Toronto is just starting theirs. In fact, they're here next week just to get our help to get started. Within that accreditation process, it requires us to measure our effectiveness and improve all along the way. So we do capture in our records management system all of those benchmarks, like what we call agent applied, meaning we have water on the fire, that our primary search is completed. That's when we search to see if there's anybody within the building that's in distress. So that effective response force, the under control, those are all captured and measured. And again, those 253 performance indicators that I talked about includes those, and we measure them, and it's our goal to continue our improvement with those. So that is all part of that effective response force.
Just a couple more, Madam Chair. We have the privilege of having CHEO in the Ottawa Hospital in our ward, and per your presentation and the standards of cover, it qualifies as a higher special risk. How will the response to the hospital be changed subsequent to your recommendations?
Again, with this effective response force, we used to send the minimum number of apparatus and personnel to a scene, and once they determined that there was an emergency, they would add. Now we ensure, like a special building like the hospital, that we send an effective response force to something that probably would result in an emergency. We obviously looked at, especially when we're talking about any closures or any redeployment, we look very closely at our high risks, such as the hospitals, and we actually, even with the changes, we still exceed the effective response force to the hospital. During the public meetings, we were able to demonstrate that with charts and the numbers of firefighters that were on scene in both the urban and suburban timeframes. We were well over 30 firefighters at the hospital within the time frame.
So if at a complex like the hospital there's X trucks and Y firefighters, how does the service respond to another urgent situation in the ward or anywhere in the city for that matter?
Again, going back to our standard operating procedures and our terrific dispatch center that we have, they're tasked with ensuring cover-off. We are already moving vehicles into places that may be added to the fire or stationed in certain locations. We have certain stations that will not remain empty. We have certain areas that we don't want two stations back-to-back empty. All of those rules are in place, and it's the role of our dispatch supervisor to ensure that cover-off happens, and that's right across the city, including in rural areas.
Just last question. You spoke of traffic preemption and things, but we're in a big construction period, and for example, we had the transit strike in 5 years ago. How do you deal with gridlock? We're moving the station a little bit further from Alta Vista. How do you deal with gridlock, let's say, along Innis Road, and how does the city or the department deal with those situations?
It definitely is a concern of ours, especially with the amount of construction that's going on within the city, and we're watching it very closely. We watch by our traffic patterns. We watch by our response times during certain times of the day. And we also have a dynamic deployment model that we would put into place, whereby at certain times of day, if we found that these issues were causing concern, we would place trucks on the road in certain areas rather than in the station. We would put them on, let's say, the other side of the traffic, or we know we have hot maps that show us that certain times of days the risk of fire is higher than others. So much like the ambulance service, we would use this dynamic deployment model to take care and to ensure public safety in those time frames.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too want to express my appreciation for the report and all the amount of time and effort that went into it as well. I recognize that it was many years in the making, and appreciate what we have before us today. And I certainly recognize this is about risk management, and the number one priority should always be keeping members of the public safe, our main focus. So I applaud you for that main objective now and always. I did have a briefing on this from you many weeks ago, and asked questions then, and members of the professional association also met with me, and I shared some concerns with them, had a good chat as well. And it goes back to the proposal to amalgamate the Industrial Avenue location with the Blair Road location. So most of my questions will be centered around that today. Did I hear you correctly, Chief, say that if these two stations merge and a new one be built on Searville Road, that the fire service will still be able to achieve, if not improve, its service time delivery to residents in that area?
Through you, Chair. Excuse me. What I did say was that we will be able to continue to meet the response standards with the consolidation of the station, and we will be striving to improve our response times across the city. with the use of technology and other methods.
Do we have any history then why these two stations were built to begin with? I would assume the industrial avenue location is newer as opposed to the Blair Road. I think Blair Road, I've heard, is 40 or 45 years old, but what was the need to build the industrial location to begin with at that time, and what are the risks by removing that location now with this amalgamation?
The City of Ottawa amalgamated in 2001. We inherited 9 municipalities, or 9 municipal fire services. Those fire stations were located, one in Gloucester, former Gloucester, and one in Ottawa. So the locations were based on former boundaries forming municipalities.
And can staff please comment on why that Silver Road location is the most optimal? I do recognize that city-owned land, and that certainly is to be applauded for saving money, but if you could pick any location, regardless of whether the city owned the land or not, would this have been the location that you would have selected?
When we performed our modeling, we created a radius of an area that we would require to put a fire station in order to maintain those standards. The Blair Road station is not in that radius. However, the radius from just around Sayreville to Startop Road in that general area was the radius that we were looking at. And within that radius, we found city-owned land, and therefore I'm confident that from that location we can properly serve the entire area.
I have the map of the area in front of me. It's hard for me to calculate the distance between the Blair Road station and the proposed Sayreville Road station. Do we have an idea? What's the distance?
Councillor, we don't measure response times in distance. We measure it in time, and I could tell you that there was a 40-second difference from the Blair Road station to the Sayreville Road station in order to properly protect the people in the industrial road area. So it was a 40-second difference, which is considerable difference when we're talking about effective response force.
Okay, but we must have also measured the distance between the proposed station and the Blair Road station. So may I ask what that is?
The distance, I believe, was somewhere around 0.6 kilometers from the intersection to intersection.
Okay.
Not very far, but again, considering traffic, considering the issues, it made enough difference for us to be able to say that it would work. And again, I have to reiterate that closing one station in isolation, more importantly, would adversely affect public safety.
So the cost of the station on Sayreville is estimated to be $5.5 million. Why not take some of this green light technology that has been referenced this morning and immediately, and I'm not sure, maybe Innis already has the technology, but Innis is the main thoroughfare between the Blair Road station and the Sayreville proposed station, and dedicate it to this corridor to reduce that 40-second gap and avoid paying $5.5 million for a new station. The Blair Road station already exists. It's a main thoroughfare that connects these two stations. Why not dedicate those funds to give this corridor a priority to improve response times?
When we looked at data and science, I'm assuming that our response times will improve based on the new technology, but we can't measure that right now. So it'd be hard for me to be able to provide you that information of what the difference is. The other is that $5 million investment offsets the cost of 20 FTEs moving forward. That's $2 million a year going forward from our operating. Again, and the $5 million, we're suggesting that is not a new tax ask, because the fire services believes we'll be able to find that money within our renewal funding.
I appreciate that. It's still $5.5 million that we could put towards other resources or other commitments related to the fire service and protecting people. The suggestion was made that we, I'll make the suggestion that we close, and I'm putting that out there because I would like to hear committee members what they feel about this, is you close the Industrial Avenue location, you keep the Blair Road location open, you put the green light technology on Innis, you measure this for a year, 18 months. If we feel that response times and community safety is adversely being affected, we come back, we discuss, and we build the station where you've proposed. And that way, we avoid spending $5.5 million that we may not have to when the response time is short, 40 seconds now on average, but that can be reduced through the use of the technology. So I don't want to put people's lives or safety at risk at all, but I think it's healthy to debate these types of ideas, and if we can avoid spending money and measure over a year, year and a half, and come back, I think that's a worthwhile idea to consider.
So, Chief Pingentori, can you respond to that?
Councillor, it's my professional opinion that closing a station in isolation will adversely affect public safety, and I believe that $5.5 million is a good investment in public safety.
Anything else, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just following up a little bit on Councillor Brockington's questions. In the report, I wasn't able to find the address of the proposed new Searville Road locations, so I'm just wondering if you can tell me what the distance is from the proposed location to Innis Road. So it seems to be south of Innis. I'm looking at a map in front of me. So what is approximately the distance from the location in Searville to Innis Road?
Through you, Madam Chair. I do not have that with me, but I can tell you that when you look at the city-owned property, it's the most northern piece of the property, so it's not right at the dead end. There's considerable property there, so it's somewhere halfway down that road, which is not congested up until you get to the lights. There's not a lot of businesses other than, of course, there's Costco at the corner right now, but that is the congestion.
Okay, and so from what I can tell from the Google Maps here, and it may not be exactly accurate, is that stretch of Searville is around 800 meters or so. So you're saying it's roughly halfway, so let's say between 400 and 500 meters from Innis. The distance from the Searville Road Innis intersection and the current Blair Road station is 700 meters. So notwithstanding the response time point, which is important, there's about a 300-meter difference between the distances between either station and the intersection of Searville and Innis, which I guess is critical because you're most preoccupied with that kind of westerly access. And so in terms of that 300 meters, just following up on the question previously raised, would there be traffic measures that we could take, green light technology or others, to essentially make up the 300-meter difference and improve response times above the 40 seconds which you're estimating?
If I understand your question, as opposed to leaving the Blair Road station open versus the Searville Road station, again, our models show that there's a 40-second difference now. Obviously, with technology, would improve both locations, but there still would be a net 40-second improvement because of the road attributes. The other thing, too, I want you to take into consideration, which I have not mentioned thus far, is that the Searville Road is closer to the highway. Remember when I talked about effective response force, it's also helping other stations maintain their effective response force, so that them being closer to the highway is helping other areas as well.
Yeah, 300 meters closer to the intersection. So I guess where I'm, again, following up on what Councillor Brockton was saying about location, in my mind, either there's a case to be made that we need a new location for a fire station, and if that case can be made, I think the next question to ask is, what is the ideal location for that new station? And I guess looking at the map and looking at the distance along Searville to Innes Road, was there any attempt to identify a non-city-owned site on Innes or somewhere else, which presumably would increase response times even more? For example, if there was a site between Searville and the 417 along Innes Road, that would presumably improve response times even better. So I'm just wondering what your exploration of sites there demonstrated.
As I indicated earlier, we did look at a radius, which included Startop Road as being one of the ideal locations. So the Searville Yard to the Startop area, anything within that area would. Obviously, something west of the Searville area would be closer to the industrial, but it would also take it farther from the Blackburn Hamlet area. We've been talking a lot about the Blair Road Station, but we also have this to the east, the Greenbelt, and it affects the backup of the Blackburn Hamlet area. So it was a matter of first in versus effective response force, and that area helped both areas better.
Okay. I mean, I think where I'm getting at, just so that I'm clear, is at the end of the day, over a 40 or 50-year period, the capital costs of the station are actually a fairly small percentage of the overall operation of a fire station. The operational costs are the highest. So, I mean, what I'm trying to get to is, is there a case to be made for a new station in this area? And B, if so, is the proposed location site the best one? Because if it's not, and we should spend another $500,000 to buy a piece of land to put this thing in a location that makes more sense, because we're going to be living with it for 40 years, then maybe that's the right answer. So, I mean, I don't know, because I haven't looked at the evaluation, but I'm just asking these questions to make sure that you're convinced that if we are to build a new station, it makes sense to spend $5.5 versus spending $6 and ending up on a spot where you don't have to drive 400 meters along Searville Road to get to your main road, and then actually improve response times that way. So that's where I'm going with this line of questioning.
Madam Chair, if I could add to the comments that the Chief has been making this morning, I think ideally recognizing an amalgamation. We had 9 fire services, and all who came from various municipalities made different decisions on locations. If it was a perfect world and we were building our city today, ideally we would pick the best locations, and if we can get response times even better, that would be great. I think it's important to recognize we're trying to come forward with a fiscally responsible plan while at the same time ensuring public safety. And I think what the Chief is saying, or I know what the Chief is saying here today, is that we can build in this location and meet our response times. And it's important to understand that, and I just wanted to make sure the committee were aware.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Anything else?
My final question is on the standards of cover, but if you want to deal with that issue separately, I'm in your hands.
This is your time to ask your questions, so go ahead.
I just, reading through the standards of cover document, I noticed that, I guess over the 2011 to 2013 period, 35 or 34.5% of the incidents in Ottawa are false alarms, and I'm just wondering to what extent the protocols in terms of attending alarms that happen during the day, when presumably there's a smaller likelihood of public safety if people are awake and not sleeping. I mean, are there different protocols for the way that you address these calls in the daytime versus at night?
Through you, Chair. Yes, a very good question, Councillor. false alarms, built into the standards of cover, you'll see a reliability section. In other words, it's one thing to say we have a standards of cover, but how often is a station out compared to other stations in that reliability of coverage, and that's all taken into consideration. As part of our annual report, you'll also see the number of false alarms. We are in a process of conducting research and compiling strategies that we'd like to bring forward to council in the future, everything from fines to licensing to enhancing education. However, we are aware of that, and part of our deployment strategy, we are improving our effective fire force for possible fires, certainly looking at false alarms and the percentage of alarms that actually result in real fire versus not. That'll be all part of our strategy to decide what we're going to deploy to those and those risks.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Councillor Fleury.
Very quickly, Madam Chair, it's a comment more than a question. I want to applaud the Chief and his staff for setting the goal of the accreditation, one of 6 cities, very important. We now have a standard by which we can set criteria and objectives around, so I think it's important to highlight that element. And I also want to thank the association, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Sobey, for also supporting the standard objectives. I think that through this review, that's one of the elements that needs to be very highlighted, is that we have a baseline standard and accreditation, one of 6 cities across Canada, and that through the lens of review, that standard will be upheld.
Councillor Egley.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the line of questioning that Councillor Brockington raised about couldn't we save $5.5 million? And I guess the question I'm going to ask is very basic. I'm assuming that the answer to this question is yes, and I'll be surprised if it's no, but that you did a cost-risk analysis before you came forward with this plan. In other words, you weighed what we could save the taxpayer, if you will, or what we would cost the taxpayer versus providing the best, most efficient, safest service we could to the taxpayer.
Through the chair to Councillor Egley, I think we certainly put cost in mind, but not versus public safety, to complement public safety and coming forward with the best recommendation that is going to ensure public safety and be fiscally affordable.
Maybe I didn't say it quite right, but that's what I was getting at, that safety was obviously your first consideration in determining the location, and cost was a second, as I think it should be, was a secondary consideration, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Just a couple of things from me. One, I think this has been a very good discussion this morning of various stations, and obviously we have to be very cautious about anything we do. I think what I took from what Chief Pinchatori said this morning is there's a symbiotic-like relationship between fire stations, and they work in harmony because you need more than one truck or 2 trucks from one station. You need, it takes a coordinated response in order to have effective response. So the fire department has gone through complex modeling, and we're receiving the professional opinion of our chief, and I think it's in our interest to accept the recommendation. I do have just one question on a somewhat related topic, and that is I'm just wondering if staff could provide a brief update on the status of the 24-hour shift pilot for fire services.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good question. And looking into the history of the 24-hour shift, my understanding was implemented in 2010. And at that time, what we've heard today, you've seen the extensive work that's been done in the fire service. We've changed the model, we've changed the standards, all to ensure we're continuing to provide and even improve public safety. When the 2010 24-hour shift was introduced, it was done as a pilot, and we indicated we would look at different performance metrics to ensure they were being met. At that time, the fire service continuing to evolve, we recognized that a few years in that we didn't have enough data to look at, and as a result we extended that in 2012. They've got an additional 2 years, so by No, in 2013, they got an additional 2 years. So beginning in 2016, we would have to make that decision to continue the 24-hour shift or not. However, recognizing that you have to set schedules and you have to have advance notice, our time is actually the end of July to consider expanding it or not. At this point, one of the things we've seen the accreditation. There's a whole number of performance metrics that are tied into that we're continuing to evolve. We don't have enough data. We want to evaluate more, so we will be under delegated authority through our labor relations people working with the union to expand for one more year to actually start capturing more of the information we have here in the different standards and showing how we're improving in the areas of training and sick leave and overtime hours. I can confirm that we have seen an improvement in sick leave, and we're continuing to work in that fashion, and that we'll continue to work with the association to improve, and we'll report back to this committee on the benefits and the impacts of what the 24-hour shift is all about.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, so we're now going to go to the recommendations. I've asked to split the recommendations, so we're going to take 1 and 2 together, and then we will take 3 separately. So on item number 1 and 2, carried, and item number 3, carried, with 1 dissent. 1 dissent? Yeah, 1 dissent. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Now returning to our next held item, which is item number 7, the proposed 2015-2018 term of council priorities. And Ms. Jones, you're going to kick that off.
Thank you. Steve Box will be here shortly. Will be joining me to help provide answers with respect to this. As the committee is aware, this report and discussion today is being associated with council's priorities this coming term, which have been aligned with the council-adopted mandates of the various standing committees in the Transit Commission. Within this committee's mandate, you're going to be asked to provide discussion and feedback on 5 strategic objectives, 12 strategic initiatives, and 24 performance measures, 2 that are associated under social services under the direction and leadership of GM Burry, relates to equity and inclusion in the city's diverse population, as well as housing. The other 2, with respect to which are H2 and H4, are related to Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and General Manager Shenny is here. And then the last objective, of course, is with respect to our taxi review and the strategy. And this committee will recall we had extensive discussion at the last meeting, but I'm certainly here to speak to that as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chair James.
Okay, we have numerous public delegations. We're going to go there first. So we will start with Dr. Lily Colton, former chair of the committee for the city's 2013 to 2018 renewed action plan for culture. And Dr. Colton will be followed by Heather Stetcher. Dr. Colton? Just a reminder to all delegations that you come up to where it says public delegations. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and then the committee members, if they so choose, have an opportunity to ask you questions. So, Dr. Colton, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Can you just push the button? Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor Deans and members of the committee, for this chance to address you today on the Ottawa Arts and Heritage Renewal Plan. Some of you were involved when it was unanimously approved by Council in 2012 and to be effective from 2013 until 2018. I do see a few familiar faces. And for those of you who are new to me, or to whom I am new, I should mention that I chaired the advisory committee, which, under the leadership of Councillor Mark Taylor, submitted the plan to Council. It's in many ways a great pleasure for me to come here today because it also reminds me of the exciting and wide-ranging consultations we had here at City Hall. The hundreds of people at the workshops, or commenting online, or consulted individually and in groups, the youth, the Aboriginal, the consumers, and the creators of art, of music, of theatre, of the written word, the preservers of our local histories. We wanted to ensure that the report reflected both the whole community's needs and ideas, not just the arts and heritage communities, and the support of the councillors of the day. We tried particularly hard to listen to councillors. First, because the times then, as now, needed prudent fiscal management. And second, because we wanted to set a new course for such community consultations. We wanted the end result to be something that all the councillors, as well as everyone in all the communities, could feel proud of, not just those directly working in the cultural sector. We wanted the report both to respect the 2% gap which was promised during the municipal election, and wanted it to recognize that arts and heritage were knit inextricably into the lives and hopes of everyone in the city. So the financial request made by the plan and approved by the councillors was modest and spread over the 6-year life of the plan. The numbers are outlined in the letter from the new Ottawa Cultural Alliance, which I understand you have all received. But at its simplest, the request averages out over the remaining 3 years of the plan to some $560,000 operational funding per year. This was actually previously in the original plan $650,000, so a reduction. Nevertheless, though modest, it was a crucial incubator request. The health and vibrancy in the arts and heritage sector, which the funding underpins, has allowed and will allow a myriad of both smaller and larger locally based organizations all over the city, in every ward, from one end to the other, and throughout the urban and suburban and rural sectors, to leverage their efforts and gain momentum to help us become proud as we approach 2017, Canada's 150th anniversary. The $2 billion, which arts and heritage already represents in our city's economy, would grow. By reaching out so broadly, we wanted to explode the myth that arts and heritage were marginal or a fringe endeavor, or worse, elitist. We wanted to recognize that the same ordinary families who worked and shopped in the city and whose children played hockey also went to concerts and looked at pictures, and their children went to museum summer camps. Those folks made art and music and acted in plays and wrote stories and even slam poetry. Maybe yesterday, like me, they went to the Ribfest and saw some buskers and heard some music. And today, perhaps like you, they will go to the Jazz Fest. We wanted to recognize that arts and heritage was right at the heart of the city's best interests and best ambitions. With the help and support of the councillors of the day, we think we did that. I said that walking into the City Hall holds some happy memories for me. But today I'm here because I'm also uneasy. I'm concerned we may be flagging at that crucial halfway point. And our plan, arrived at after so much joint effort and commitment together and showing success and promise, is in danger of falling by the wayside.
Dr. Colton, your time has expired. If you could just wrap up, please.
So I'm here to ask you to fulfill that role as you did before, and as your predecessors did in one very crucial way. Give heart to those who share your vision for an ever more vibrant Ottawa.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, moving on then to Heather Stetcher, and Ms. Stetcher will be followed by Mike Bolthouse, the Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness. Morning, Ms. Stetcher. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, Madam Chair, my severe hearing disability does not allow me to understand what you're saying.
Okay.
But thank you for the opportunity to address you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Heather Stetcher, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to address you with regards to the term of council priorities for the 2015 to 2018 terms. I need your help. You are going to find this an unusual topic to be addressing in front of your community. But when I tell you the response I got, you will understand, I promise. There is an issue of injustice, of discrimination, which I need your help to fix during the budget process for 2016. Fixing this discrimination needs to be a priority for this committee and for this council. Let me explain. Those of us on the Ontario Disability Support Program, which means we have proven that we cannot, by reason of medical disability, support ourselves financially by working, are eligible for a community pass as regards OC Transpo. 2 years ago, it was $32. That year, it got put up to $35. Last year, they raised it to be the same price as the seniors pass, $40.75. It will go up another $1 in July 1st. Okay, the theory of this was to make the two groups of people on very fixed incomes paying the same price. I agree with that. However, what was not discussed is that those of us under 65, if we have disabilities which mean that we must use para, are also required to show a working that month's pass and either give the driver a bus ticket or $2.05. That is only required by those of us under 65. It seems to be that the vision is that because we're under 65, our disabilities are less severe, and therefore we can use the regular bus system. Now, as it happens, I'm one of the lucky ones. Most of the time, I can use the regular bus system, but my roommate couldn't. I could give you all the details, but that would take too much time. But I'm happy to tell anybody who asks me. So, what needs to happen is this needs to be fixed. It is discrimination, plain and simple. There is no question. Why am I talking to you about this? Because when I contacted my Councillor Fleury, who was just coming back, his excellent assistant Nathaniel addressed this with OC Transpo, and what they said, and I will quote, is that community pass holders, however, are required to top up at all times, as transit services does not receive a subsidy from the Community and Social Services Department for community passes that are used on para-transpo. I need the Transit Commission and this committee to work together to fix this in the 2016 budget. I think that's more than fair. We have had at least 2 years of this going on. It is diminishing lives. We are saying, you guys are saying in this priority package that you will create a more inclusive and a more accessible community. This is the opposite. This is making the community much, much less accessible for the most vulnerable people in this city, aside from those who do not have homes. This is important. Thank you. And I'm happy to help, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stetcher. Just before we move on, two things. One, I understand yesterday at the Transit Commission there was a note made that there is a working group on paratransport that will be looking into this issue. And just for everyone else here, if you're not speaking to the Strategic Initiative Report, I will rule you out of order. So,
Just want to echo what you said too. We are striking a working group for paratranspo, and Chair Blay yesterday spoke with Heather as well, and we're going to get her involved in that process and take what she said into consideration and what she presented today as well as yesterday at the Transit Commission moving forward as part of that working group's agenda.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, our next speaker is Mike Bolthouse, Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness, and Mr. Bolthouse will be followed by Catherine Lindquist, Executive Director of the Council of Heritage Organizations in Ottawa. Morning, Mr. Bolthouse. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you. I am pleased to have an opportunity to speak to you a little bit about the term of council priorities that you have recommended, or that are recommended before you. And I wanted to bring 3 key messages from the Alliance to End Homelessness, which, as you know, is a nonprofit representing about 50 different organizations here in Ottawa that serve the homeless and vulnerably housed. The first key message that I want you to hear is that we as a community continue to stand behind the goals that you have established in the 10-year plan, our 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and that we are committed to continuing to work with you, the federal and provincial government, and other sectors to ensure success. So in September of 2013, as you know, Council endorsed the plan with a bold target, a target to end long-term homelessness. And we know that household crises will continue to interrupt housing stability, but we also believe that no one should be or needs to be trapped in an endless cycle of homelessness. And driven by research and on-the-ground practice and programs here in Ottawa, we believe that the community is also continuing to believe that this goal is possible. And so this report and these priorities for the next term are very important to consider because they bring us to the halfway point of our 10-year plan, so that by the end of 2018, we will be at the halfway point of our 10-year plan, and we need to make sure that we are putting in place the tools and the resources that we need to ensure that we're halfway to achieving our goal. The second key message, I believe, is that we all need to do a little bit more. And I say all of us need to do a little bit more to achieve this success. So many of you may have seen that the Alliance put out our annual progress report on ending homelessness earlier this week. As it has since 2005, we measure annual change in a number of indicator areas. The 2014 report had some good news and some challenges. We know that there's a 2.6% reduction in the number of persons that used a shelter in 2014, but that the length of stay is just getting longer and longer. And so in 2014, the average length of stay was up to 77 nights for over 6,500 people, up from 73 nights the year before. And of course, our 10-year goal is to bring that average down to 30 days. So we have 47 days to shave off of that. It represents an increase of 15,000 additional shelter beds being used in that year. So we report on this data to try to hold ourselves as a community, and the city as a part of that community, accountable for the goal that we have established. And so how we report on these things and ensuring that the community stays with us, we think is very important. And I want to raise just a couple of ways in which I think some of this debate is being and has been framed that is creating some challenges in terms of sustaining the community's momentum and support for investment in this area. So, for example, while an 80 to 90% reduction in folks unsheltered or sleeping outdoors is a positive thing, I want us to keep in mind that our overarching goal is an end to long-term homelessness. And whether you're sleeping outdoors or in a shelter indoors, we're still dealing with long-term homelessness. And I think I've heard from individuals in our community sometimes that we've solved 80 to 90% of our homelessness, and I think we just need to be cautious about that. Similarly, while a reduction in use of emergency family shelter overflow or motels is a positive thing, that too is not necessarily bringing our goal of ending long-term homelessness down. The city recently committed to finding permanent housing for 250 of Ottawa's chronically and episodically homeless individuals over the next 2 years, and that's a really good thing. But what we see in our data is that families are also experiencing a high rate of chronic homelessness, and in fact 100 families in Ottawa were homeless for an average of 8.5 months in the year 2014. So we need to do more to address a shortage of affordable family options. And lastly, on the data question, I think, we look at our results, which include something like, and in a report that you're about to consider around the first year of our 10-year plan, talks about how we have housed or are in the process of housing 216 households since 2013. And then when we talk about our priority for the next 2 years, we talk about housing 250, and it's not clear to me whether we're including some of those same supportive housing units in those results in terms of moving ahead. So I think we just want to clarify, again, the level of need, as well as what we are achieving in order to sustain that community support. And I guess my third key message coming out of all of this then is I think we all need to try to be a little bit more ambitious. The last thing that the 2014 report looks at is the number of new units that were created, and we found 141 new units, 136 new units and 5 new subsidies in 2014. In 2011, we had a total of 739. In 2012, we had a total of 886. It's unfortunate that since our 10-year plan has been put in place, the number of new units and new subsidies has actually decreased. And so I think we see the power of that $14 million investment from 2011 to 2014, and we really need to grow and sustain the completion of that $14 million and grow it by $2 million as is recommended before you. And then as we believe is possible because of the provincial download or upload, to grow that in 2016 and to grow that again in 2017. Only when we do that,
Mr. Baltas, your time's up. If you could wrap up.
All right, so I just want you to know that we understand the system isn't changing overnight. We are engaging our federal and provincial partners in other sectors and want to continue to work with you. Budgets are about choices, and we just need to make sure that we make the right choices to commit to the plans that we have also put in place. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Fleury.
It's more of a comment. I want to thank the Alliance for the last year's innovative approach in really meeting the residents in shelters and really identifying who they are, where they come from. That effort has really shown some of the challenges we have here in Ottawa and across the country. Mike, I'd like to hear from you in terms of, I know what you're saying regarding we're not building since the plan's been approved, we're not building as much housing as before the plan. What would, in your mind, get us to equal what we did last term in making sure that we're building the affordable units, or that we're providing those subsidies in equal numbers as we did last term, just in a simple...
Well, again, I think it was that infusion of the $14 million in 2011 that allowed us to see those numbers in 2011 and 2012. And it's not that the entire $14 million was allocated to new capital or subsidies. We know that $4 million went to new capital. That amount has been removed in this budget. And we know that several million went to housing subsidies. And of course, year over year, those subsidies remain. So we're not going to see a number of new options created year over year. But by growing it by $2 million this year, by growing it by another $2 million next year, that's how I think we can see those kinds of numbers on an annual basis. And I think it's interesting, too, that I think it was 2012 where for the first time we saw a decrease in the number of units on our social housing wait list. And since then, that number has crept back up. So we see the results of those investments. It works. We know what we need to do. And I think, again, because of the provincial upload, we know that those dollars, there's at least $5 million in new dollars available every year for the next 4 years.
I agree with you, and I think that we saw an improvement, and we have to find a way to maintain that improvement, because it is a big system shift, and those investments are important to remove some of those operational pressures. So it's the dilemma between capital investments versus growing operational needs. And really, having spoken to Janice and Aaron at length on this, we have to be honest about what's in front of us and where the pressures are with our partners in the community, but also to the other levels of government.
there's no doubt we have to protect what we have, and the announcement earlier this week for Ottawa Community Housing, I mean, those are crucial announcements, and we applaud that. The challenge is we can't simply maintain what we have. We need to continue to expand as our population grows.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry, and thank you, Mr. Berthaus, for being here this morning. Our next speaker is Catherine Lindquist, Executive Director of the Council of Heritage Organizations in Ottawa, and Ms. Lindquist will be followed by Kathy McClellan, Chair of the Board of Directors of AOE Arts Council, and she'll be joined by Victoria Steele, their Executive Director, and board members Nick Bouvret and Tara Lewis-Dons. Morning, Ms. Lindquist, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to serve as the Executive Director of the Council of Heritage Organizations in Ottawa, CHUCOPO. And CHUCOPO represents 70-plus members that they, together with their stakeholders, steward and showcase the rich tapestry created by our city's heritage offerings. We're also pleased to be a founding partner in the newly formed Ottawa Cultural Alliance, comprised of 6 umbrella groups: the AOE Arts Council, our council of our own, Heritage Ottawa, Ottawa Arts Council, Ottawa Festivals, and the Ottawa Museum Network, all present here today. Our mission to jointly address shared concerns and challenges impacting Ottawa's cultural sector, and to facilitate consultation as a collective voice. And collectively, we've been working to better understand the city's 2015 budget and your strategic priorities of this new council for 2015 to 18. And in particular, we've been trying to reconcile how those directions relate to the renewed action plan for the arts, heritage, and culture, which Ms. Dr. Colton addressed just a couple speakers ago. As you heard from here, this 6-year strategic investment plan was unanimously approved by Council, engaged over 400 community stakeholders, including city staff. It was designed to close gaps, meet emerging needs, and enable a more sustainable sector by achieving per capita average competitiveness for cultural investment in comparison to other large Canadian cities. We are pleased to have a mayor and new council that understand the benefits to cities that make cultural vibrancy a priority, and to see cultural investments included among the draft 2015 to 18 strategic priorities. And so we're surprised and disappointed to see levels of investment inconsistent with city messages and the action plan intentions. We are now halfway through the term of the plan, but falling significantly behind in the financial commitments and therefore expected outcomes. It appears completion of the action plan may in fact be in jeopardy. Monday, a letter was sent to Mayor and Council expressing our concerns about the reduced levels of investment in the action plan achieved and proposed over the next 4 years in the draft term of Council strategic priorities. While there are numerous action plan elements, the key is an increase of just under $5 million to base operating funding for the cultural community phased in over a 6-year period. And we provided you with the page 26 of the plan, which gives a real exacting summary of the directions. In reviewing the term of council priorities, you will see that $1 million was added in the first 2 years, 2013 to 14, which is called the base, and an additional investment of $106,000 is proposed for 2015, so just $106,000, with no additional investments in 2016, 17, or 18. That's 0, 0, 0. The investment in the action plan over 6 years would be, therefore, $3.85 million short of its stated goal. Another key goal of the action plan, cultural funding competitiveness, is missing the mark. 2013 per capita figures show Ottawa's below Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, and falls well below the average of $10.50 per capita. We're only at $7.22 per capita, so even below the average. We're therefore asking you to recommend the following to Council. Maintain the integrity of our 6-year action plan and the intended levels of investment. Continue the joint commitment and leadership from the city and cultural community to see the plan through and to develop future plans. And to ensure at a minimum the investment of $1.714 million over the action plan's remaining 3 years in the 2 priorities that would have the broadest impact across the cultural community is a fallback. First, the renewed cultural operating investment item, number 1 on that page 26. And second, the 2 cultural facility items, number 2 and 3 in the plan. We made representations to the city's Arts, Heritage, Culture and Recreation Advisory Committee in this regard this week, and they supported and are in turn recommending this committee and council support our recommendations. Madam Chair and Committee, we welcome your leadership to uphold the shared commitment to the action plan to ensure Ottawa remains the vibrant cultural city, as Dr. Colton said, it deserves to be. And given our mission, we look forward to working collaboratively with you to achieve just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lundquist. Any questions? Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a quick question. What do you see as being the likely outcome of the shortfall in the money for the action plan?
It's really hard to focus in on any one example with our 400 plus stakeholders that would be impacted. And you could go from an example of a cultural facility, such as a museum that cannot repair its roof and then cannot welcome visitors if they have to be shut down. And I think some of our colleagues will speak to that today. Or it could be a performance group that will be unable to present their performances, whether it be with school children or in a performing venue. Even in our case at the Council of Heritage Organizations, we're working hard with just 2 staff to do a lot, putting on things like Bytown Days for thousands of people. And every dollar you give us, or any of these groups I've given as an example, we can leverage up to $6 to $12 in investment from that $1. So I know in the case I mentioned Bytown Days, we've leveraged this year over $40,000 in investment. We couldn't have done that without some operating support, and we can do more if we can look forward to some increases in future.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Lundquist. We appreciate you being here. Our next group is Kathy McClellan, Victoria Steele, and Nick Bouvette, and Tara Louise Donst from AOE Arts Council. Oh, we lost one. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kathy McClellan, and I am the chair of the board of the AOE Arts Council. Also, I have been running Rag and Bone Puppet Theatre, an Ottawa-based company for young audiences, for 37 years. Our Arts Council represents 400 artists and arts organizations from across the city, and for 28 years has worked to build a dynamic and sustainable arts community. We were one of many participants who joined with the city to develop the 6-year renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture, approved unanimously by City Council in 2012. This action plan was designed to close gaps, meet emerging needs, and enable a more sustainable sector by having an investment that's comparable to other major cities. We have jointly formed the new Ottawa Cultural Alliance to work together with our cultural colleagues to see that this plan is completed by 2018. We are now halfway through the plan, and there is important unfinished business. We are here today to speak on behalf of all the artists who contribute to our city with help from city arts funding. My small theatre company gets an annual grant of $14,000, which helps us convince the Ontario Arts Council to give us $10,000. This enables us to raise money from the private sector like the Community Foundation, and with this we are able to create shows and sell tickets to families and schools. Most years we reach over 20,000 people. And I just want to tell you about one of them to illustrate the difference that the arts can make in our lives. We once led a workshop in a school, and there was one girl on the autism spectrum who was nonverbal. She didn't talk, had never spoken. She made a puppet and got up with the group to present their story, and for the first time in her life, she spoke. The arts bring people together, show us new ways of seeing, and give all of us a voice.
I'm Victoria Steele, Executive Director of the Arts Council, and I have the honor of working with our city's gifted artists to help them succeed so that they can give our city the demonstrable benefits that we all know accrue to cities where cultural vibrancy is present. We've understood that our mayor and council share this belief and agree with cultural investments, and especially important now with 2017 around the corner. We're pleased to see culture in the term of council's priorities, but are really surprised to see levels of investment that are not consistent with city messages and the plan's roadmap. As my colleague Catherine said earlier, the key to the action plan is the investment plan. An addition of $4.95 million to base operating funding for cultural community over 6 years, 2013 to 18. This supports over 300 activities run by community groups and artists across the city, and as Kathy's example demonstrates, this investment is a very, very good one. Direct funding to cultural organization is the most cost-effective way to ensure delivery, and that statement comes from city research. She demonstrated the leveraging that comes, as Catherine said earlier, between $6 and $12 from $1 invested from our municipality. Ottawa's average per capita is well below other cities, Montreal, Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, and the Arts Festival funding shows that we are $3 per capita below the average right now. The term of council priority number 41 on page 10 proposes to add $106,000 in 2015 over the base of $1 million that was invested by the previous council, and to make no additional investments in 2016 through 18. If this is the case, then the investment in the action plan over 6 years would be $3.85 million short of its goal. We value the much-needed investments being made to improve the arts court and complex, and understand the financial realities meant that over $2 million was directed from the plan to make that happen. But artistic creativity and innovation is much more than just bricks and mortar. And if we factor in the arts court investment, there still remains $1.171 million outstanding to reach the action plan by 2018. This plan was a unanimously supported joint venture between the community and City Hall. To have no further investments calls into question the planning process and our way to get things done together.
Je suis Annick Bouvrette et je dirige Taralouse Danse, une compagnie francophone en danse contemporaine qui se voue à faire vivre des expériences artistiques inspirantes aux enfants et aux adolescents dans les écoles et la communauté. Je vois quotidiennement comment la magie des arts permet aux jeunes de s'ouvrir et surtout de grandir et de se dépasser. Le tout dans un esprit rassembleur et d'inclusion. Le financement aux arts est modeste, mais il permet aux artistes d'être présents sur le terrain. Ce financement peut faire toute la différence afin de mener des projets qui ont un impact direct auprès des jeunes. We sincerely urge Council to support the 3 requests of the Ottawa Cultural Alliance, maintain the integrity of the 6-year action plan, continue the joint commitment to see this plan through, ensure a minimum additional investment of $1.71 million over the action plan's remaining 3 years into the 2 priorities that would have the broadest impact across the cultural community. Much remains to be done, and we wish to work with the city to collectively keep this plan on track and fulfill the many promises offered by investing in Ottawa's own arts community. Merci.
Merci. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. There is a question for staff arising from the delegation. Councillor Nussbaum. You can.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get some clarification from staff. Because I'm looking at item 41 on the draft strategic initiatives, which is on page 110, and it's implementation of the renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture. And I see a line item here which is about $1.1 million in each of the years 15, 16, 17, and 18. And I'm just wondering if that's earmarked for something besides the action plan, because I'm just trying to understand the discrepancy between how our guest speakers are looking at the commitments between 15 and 18 and what's down on the draft strategic initiatives. I don't know who I'm looking at. Mr. Chenier?
Yes, through you, Chair. There is $1,106,000 in the strategic initiatives for this term of council in each year. What the delegations have been speaking to, I believe, is that $1 million of that represents the commitment that was made in the last term of council towards the Arts and Heritage Renewal Plan. And we have renewed that as a first priority because, as you might know, in the last term of council, that first $1 million was fully committed to a whole variety of community initiatives, which we feel need to be maintained because many of those projects are underway. And so you have the $1 million that we have renewed as a recommendation as a first priority, and then within the affordability envelope provided to us, another $106,000 has been added. So that's how you get the $1,106,000.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nussbaum, and thank you again. Our next speaker is Diana Carter, the Executive Director of the Ottawa Museum Network, and on deck is Caroline Pitchamine, Executive Director of Ottawa Festivals. Go ahead.
So as mentioned, my name is Diana Carter. I work for the Ottawa Museum Network, and I've brought with me my board member, Henrietta Regal from the Diefenbunker Museum. So the Ottawa Museum Network is one of the members of the Ottawa Cultural Alliance and one of the signatories of the letter that went to the mayor and the full council. We're an umbrella organization working with 11 community museums. So I don't want to repeat everything that's already been said, but we are appreciative of the fact that the mayor and the council have an understanding of and support arts and culture. That said, I want to speak about the importance of the renewed action plan in arts, heritage and culture for 2013-2018. As mentioned, we were surprised to see that there is, from our understanding, zero investment in the plan in the next 3 years. And we think that the plan is very important, and that it's also very important that the city continue their commitment to this plan. The current proposed direction will result in a significant shortfall in achieving the financial targets, but more importantly have a negative effect on the cultural events and programs available to Ottawa citizens and tourists coming to Ottawa. So I should note that we are here not to ask money for ourselves, but really to promote the importance of investing in this plan for the sector, the cultural sector as a whole. And so any comments that I may make with regards to recommendations are with that in mind, and to provide some examples of the effect. Okay, so we are asking this committee to recommend to council an increase in funding at least equal to that amount approved in the original plan, and to maintain the integrity of the plan, continuing the joint commitment to implement it. Secondly, we request that in light of the financial constraints, that priority be placed on the first of 3 areas. The renewed Arts Heritage Festival and Fair operating investment, community cultural facility capital fund, and the cultural facility operating fund. I do want to just briefly mention that the first area, which really supports the operating grants, is extremely important in terms of ensuring qualified staff and high-quality programming can be maintained. And so I will just mention briefly that the capital cost area, which we will speak about in a little bit more detail, is extremely important for our organizations to continue to exist. I mean, if you can't repair the roof, then you have a problem. So to improve programming for health and safety considerations, and to increase revenue raising abilities. So just very briefly, some examples. The Watson's Mill, through funding from the city, was able to leverage more money to build a new roof. Bytown Museum was able to install new lighting, bringing the building up to code and enhancing their exhibition space. The Goulbourn Museum completed an accessible bathroom retrofit. Those three organizations have many outstanding projects. Most museums have a 10-year development plan with a shopping list of very important issues in order for them to continue to deliver high-quality services. So I'm going to let Henrietta speak.
Thank you very much. I'll just give you a quick example from the Diefenbunker, but it's representative of the sector. We were able to do a strategic plan through the help of the city, and we have a new vision to teach young people the lessons of the Cold War. So we've developed a conflict resolution workshop for young kids, and it's an immersive Cold War scenario, as you can imagine, and the children are able to form a government and create a Canadian response to a nuclear threat. This program is really powerful because it's in the Diefenbunker, using Diefenbunker scenarios that were tested there, and we're about at the end of we've already reached the lifespan of our electrical system, and once our electrical goes, we're not able to operate the building because you can't run a museum in the dark. And I can't meet payroll. Every 2 weeks is a struggle. So we have been able to accomplish huge things with the city's support, but the 25% of my budget that comes from the city just isn't enough to save up to, spend $2 million on upgrading the electrical and the air filtration and the air circulation and things like that. So thank you.
Time's up, so if you could wrap up.
That's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions to the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Carol Ann Pitchichin, the Executive Director of Ottawa Festivals, and Carol Ann will be followed by Michelle Penny and Lisa Cornell, making votes count where we live, Cowie.
Good morning. My name is Carol Ann Pitchinen, and I'm the Executive Director of Ottawa Festivals.
Sean Wilson, Vice President of Ottawa Festivals and Artistic Director of the Ottawa International Writers Festival.
On behalf of Ottawa Festivals, we are pleased to address the committee today about the 2015-18 city priorities, specifically as it relates to the city's planned investments in arts, culture, and heritage. As you may know, Ottawa Festivals is a not-for-profit, member-based organization. We deliver and participate in initiatives that help to build a strong and sustainable festival, special event and fair industry. Our community of innovative and entrepreneurial cultural and business leaders annually contribute well over $100 million in economic impacts and thousands of full-time and part-time jobs within Canada's capital region. We are 100 members strong, and next year we celebrate our 20th anniversary. 100% of our event members are not-for-profit, and many of them have a philanthropic component. As examples, the Dragon Boat and Hope Volleyball Festivals both raise millions of dollars annually to give back to local communities and charities in need. And RBC Blues Fest operates Blues in Schools program that brings blues music education to schools for free. The Ottawa Jazz Fest provides jazz music educational programs to budding young talent, and the Ottawa Writers Festival subsidizes a free Writers in Schools literacy program. We are grateful for our robust and effective partnership with the city. Together, we add to Ottawa's vibrancy by bringing communities together. We animate neighborhoods, institutions, make arts and culture and heritage more accessible, and helped to brand Ottawa as a world-class tourism destination. Ottawa Festivals is proud to have been part of the widespread consultations and considerable efforts invested to develop the 6-year renewed action plan that you've heard our colleagues speak about. And as a member of the new Ottawa Cultural Alliance, we wish to publicly acknowledge that we stand by the requests presented to Mayor Watson and to councillors via email on June 15th, and that were reiterated here today. And as you know, these requests were unanimously endorsed by the Advisory Committee on Arts, Culture, Heritage and Recreation, and it is our hope that you will likewise support them.
Arts, culture, and heritage are good for everyone. We all know this to be true. We also know that we have an action plan in place that more than 425 community members, including city staff, have invested hundreds of hours to produce. Many have already started to deliver on it. While we're grateful for the cultural infrastructure investments made by the city to date, should Council unilaterally dismiss the remaining financial investments of this unfinished plan, which were based on the integrity of our community and city partnership, it would be chilling. It would be plain and simple a mistake. It is disturbing to know that if you choose to forego the funding commitments in this action plan, it will put our city in jeopardy of achieving average, not more, just average per capita cultural funding competitiveness by 2018. To date, we fall behind Toronto, Edmonton, Montreal, and Vancouver. How far behind other cities would reneged funding commitments put us, especially with 2017 celebrations in sight? As you know, the Mayor has encouraged our city and the Festival Network to aim high to support his 2017 vision. These funding cuts would directly negatively impact our network's ability to deliver on his vision, which thus far has inspired Ottawa festivals and our members to go down the road to 2017 with him. Now more than ever is a critical time for the city to make investments in our industry and community as our network and the entire cultural community get underway to plan and animate everything in our orbit and showcase our city to the world. Ottawa Festivals look forward to continuing to work together with the city, our members, service organizations, tourism, and local business partners to this end. On behalf of our members, Ottawa Festivals thanks this council for keeping arts and culture as a priority for the next 4 years. As you can see, the Ottawa Cultural Alliance is strongly committed to the completion of this plan. We encourage you to ensure our contributions are valued and continue to be meaningful by keeping the action plan on track. Ottawa Festivals is pleased to work in partnership with the city, our alliance, and other community partners to ensure Ottawa remains a vibrant cultural city this year and in years to come. We wish you great success as you continue to deliberate the city's 2015 to 18 priorities and finalize the 4-year budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Egloy has a question to staff arising out of the delegation. Councillor Egloy.
Thank you very much. It's more of a, since we're all on the same theme, the last number of presenters, it's more for clarification, Mr. Chenier, of the answer that you provided to Councillor Nussbaum. If I understand correctly what you said, we're reinvesting or recommitting to the $1 million investment, and we're adding, in effect, 10% on top of that. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is correct. We're taking the $1 million that was largely approved in the 3 top categories of the plan that have been mentioned as priorities this morning, reinvesting those for the 4 years of this term of council, and adding a 10%, just over 10%, in addition to that for this term of council.
And the piece that we haven't really talked about is there's additional capital funding as well, is there not?
Yes.
Give us a sense of what that number is?
Well, it's... Sure. The schedule that has been provided with the letter and that was attached as part of it is a 2-part thing. One is contributions through the operating budget. The other is contributions through the capital budget. Through the capital budget in 2013, there was $650,000 contribution for cultural facilities upgrades, as well as another $500,000 that ended up going out to community groups for construction purposes, so capital grants essentially.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Egloy. Moving into our next delegation, Michelle Penny and Lisa Cannell from City for All Women Initiative. And Michelle and Lisa will be followed by Peter Benninger for Loretta Benninger.
I'd like to start off with a song, please.
You have 5 minutes.
Yep. My name is Michelle Penny. I'm of the Saulteaux Nation, and I'm from the Kitchissippi region. Beside me is Lisa Cannell, a resident of Blair Court. We represent Making Votes Count Where We Live, a project co-sponsored by the City of All Women Initiative, Cowie, and the Coalition of Community Health Resources. We wish to speak to two strategic priorities. One is to create new affordable housing options. Two, advance equity and inclusion for the city's diverse population. The song I just sang came out in the 1970s, and it was actually an honor song for the very first Aboriginal safe shelter in Toronto. I arrived in Ottawa here 18 years ago, and I came, and my very first place I lived in was at a safe shelter. I was fleeing an abusive relationship, plus I also needed the best hospital in Canada, which at that point in time was CHEO Hospital, which is now CHEO Hospital. I ask you to consider how many shelters do we have that are overflowing most of the time. How many people have to consider shelters their home? And I have worked in shelters, and I'm very grateful to be able to stand here on unceded Algonquin land and to be able to talk to you about this. It is for this reason that we speak in support of the affordable housing strategic priority. However, we want to express our deep concern that building 150 affordable units and creating 300 new housing subsidies is not enough, and we are asking you to increase this number.
Thank you. Again, my name is Lisa Cannell, and I just have to turn that on. I'm from Blair Court Community, and I'm here to say that we do need more social housing. An average wait of 5 years for social housing is unacceptable. Rent keeps going up higher and higher, and making it unaffordable for those people who are working at minimum wage jobs. You can't afford to pay the rent. You can't even afford to feed any of your dependents. I know I was in that position myself. Among the many social costs, people who are incarcerated come out seeking housing and can't find what they can afford and end up on the streets or back in jail. A 30% reduction in use of overflow hotels by 2018 is not high enough goal, especially considering the financial and social costs of putting people in hotels as opposed to housing. In the upcoming federal election, Making Votes Count Where We Live is encouraging residents to call on the federal candidates to increase funding for housing. We have brochures here if any of you would like one. We want to work with you to ask candidates in the federal election for more money for social housing. In the meantime, we need all levels of government to do what is possible. From 2011 to 2014, the city invested an additional $14 million in housing and homelessness. We were extremely disappointed to see the removal of $4 million for the new housing in the 2015 budget. The addition of $2 million in these strategic directions is a good step, but we still have to catch up to that initial $14 million in investments. Second, as for the strategic initiative to advance equity and inclusion for the city's diverse population, we are pleased that measures in this year's plan are to increase the percentage of staff actually using the equity and inclusion lens in their work. When the city staff make decisions based on considerations of the full diversity of residents, we can hope to have a city for everyone. As many of you know, Cowie just released a national guide advancing equity and inclusion, a guide for municipalities. We have copies here for anybody who would like one. The guide can help City Council in putting the equity and inclusion lens into practice. Michelle and I would like to thank you very much for letting us speak here today.
And thank you very much for your presentation and your beautiful song. We appreciated that, and congratulations on this initiative. Well done. Any questions? Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Benninger for Loretta Benninger, and Mr. Benninger will be followed by Luke Roulette, Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers of Ottawa.
Good morning. I guess I'm biting the microphone too much. My name is Peter Benninger. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Loretta Benninger, my sister, who's a senior fellow at the Centre on Governance at the University of Ottawa. Her research is based on the area that I'm about to speak to. Unfortunately, she's unable to be here, and that's why I'm here. Her request to you today is based not upon her personal opinion, but on the science of many researchers over a long period of time. She asks that in light of the information that I'm about to give you, that this committee withhold their approval of Appendix A, Section 7, Strategic Initiatives HC2 and HC4 of the proposed 2015 to 18 terms of council priorities, because she says that neither HC2 or HC4 are reflective of contemporary contexts. Instead, she asks that you fund 100% of HC4 initiatives for culture and decrease the funding of HC2 initiatives, and I will explain this. First, in HC2, this committee has been asked to approve additional funding for the city's sports and recreation sector, which already has 3,342 athletic sites in Ottawa, according to city websites. Secondly, in HC4, this committee has been asked to approve only partial funding for the city's arts, heritage, and culture sector, which consists of about 20 municipal spaces for artistic purposes, with funding to be amortized over several years. Clearly, with a ratio of about 167:1 of municipally funded public sports sites versus public arts sites, there are double standards in place for different sectors. That issue is for another day, though. However, for today's agenda, if these sectors are contextualized in contemporary terms, these strategic initiatives and these requests for strategic initiatives justified. One of the ways to contextualize these sectors and to see their contemporary value on a scale larger than just this city's viewpoint is to look at Statistics Canada's culture satellite account. The report's statistics may surprise you. Newly released on June 9th of 2015, this year, this statistical analysis compares the sport and culture sectors of Canada. It shows that the growth on the culture side, it shows that growth is on the culture side, while the sports sector has a value which is about 10 times less in terms of GDP contributions and employment. For example, the GDP of culture industries was 10 times more than sports, at $53.4 billion in 2010. That's 3.4% to Canada's total GDP, while the sports industry was only $5.2 billion, 0.3 to Canada's total GDP. Employment figures were similar. Cultural industries contributed 707,012 jobs at a 4.1 share of employment, while sports industries created about 1/7 of that at 105,346 jobs. That's 0.6% share of employment. These figures are illustrative, but when combined with scholarly research and government reports over several decades, these demonstrate that culture as a sector is a long-standing economic and employment source of growth. So how does this information relate to you, the Community and Protective Services Committee of Ottawa? It means that HC2 and HC4, as currently written, are products of a bygone era and its assumptions. Therefore, today, I ask that you withhold your approval of Appendix A, Section 7, Strategic Initiatives HC2 and HC4, because they are not yet contextualized in terms of Ottawa local contemporary needs. Instead, I ask that you contextualize these fields for the reality of today. I recommend that you fund 100% of HC4 and the other elements of the revised action plan for arts, heritage, and culture in Ottawa, 2013 to 2018. If fully implemented, this city will begin to become a contributor to this growth industry, built upon the culture sector, goods and services that are produced by citizens of this municipality. I also ask that this complement the National Cultural Institutions agenda rather than substitute for your culture investments at the municipal level. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your presentation. Any questions for Mr. Benninger? Councillor Kakish.
Chair, more interested if would it be possible to get some staff comment on the presentation at this point?
That's possible. Any other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, Mr. Benninger.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Kakish, looking for a staff comment.
If I understand the delegation, what they're proposing is that the money identified for recreation facility upgrades be reconsidered to be applied to the Arts and Heritage Plan. Certainly there is a need on both sides, on the recreation and culture side. The recreation envelope that was identified came through the lengthy process leading up to the budget and identifying some deficiencies in recreation infrastructure that touches almost every ward, I believe. And so even though both sides of the department, the recreation and the culture side, would certainly welcome more funding, I think there's a good case to be made for the allocations that are made in both envelopes, and certainly a demonstrated need that has been part of a fairly rigorous consultation with councillors and the community.
Thank you. And I found the presentation interesting, and obviously culture and sports are both important, but as a municipality, and Mr. Chenier, don't we also look at the supply and demand of what's needed out there, and based on that come up with what we have on the screen here?
Yes, Councillor, within the affordability envelope provided to us, we've tried to balance the priority needs on both sides of those business lines that we provide service to. And I believe that what you see in the budget is a fair allocation of funding to both envelopes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Our next speaker is Luc Roulette, Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centres of Ottawa, and Mr. Roulette will be followed by Ray Sullivan, the Executive Director of the Centretown Citizens Ottawa Corporation. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Alors, bonjour. Merci de m'accueillir ce matin. My name is Luc Roulette. I'm the Executive Director of the Orleans Community Resource Center in Ottawa. But this morning I'm here representing the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers, which are 13 organizations providing health and resource services to about 200 and 250,000 individuals on a yearly basis, from the east end to the west end to the south of Ottawa. So thank you very much for accepting to hear us this morning. You've previously heard from many of our partners in the community about a wide range of issues facing our community today. In addition to these essential points, we would like to briefly address the Community and Social Services budget. Are the current members of the committee aware that in 2010, the Community and Social Services budget was representing 20% of the total operating budget? In 5 years, under the city's current leadership, it has been shrunk to 18% of the total operating budget. This information was confirmed in a letter from the Mayor's office to our coalition on April 13, 2015. There has been an undisputed reduction of resources to the Community and Social Services budget. If the budget had remained as constant 20% of the total operating budget in 2015, as it was in 2010, and taking into account changes in the social services uploading in the last few years, and the change in the status of Ottawa community housing properties regarding property taxes, this leaves a shortfall of $14 million in the 2015 budget. This amount is considerable, considering the amount of people we are providing services and about the services provided to people who are in need in Ottawa. There has been no recognition of demand growth in a wider variety of community services due to population growth. The main issue here is that a wide range of community and social services continue to deliver programs and services that are vital to many of the vulnerable citizens of this city. Despite the best efforts and innovation of local social services providers, there is an increased pressure on the community and social services agencies to respond to the need of marginalized and vulnerable people falling through the cracks in our communities, and perpetuating the economic burden and social cost to city services. These agencies are the lifeblood of our communities, but many of them are facing a death by 1,000 cuts under this municipal government. The agencies are not able to keep this up. This leads to the need of reinvestment approach in the Ottawa community and social services. We believe the status quo is not okay. Elsewhere in Canada, other municipalities have shown tremendous leadership and foresight in increasing their investment in community and social services because the research has demonstrated a clear return on investment when preventative programming is widely implemented across the social spectrum. In Ottawa, the Civic Engagement Roundtable of the Making Vote Counts Where We Live initiative and the Bridging the Gap report have identified policy recommendations for potential reinvestments, such as affordable housing, safe and affordable transit, adoption of food lands throughout the city, and employment. Will this Council of Ottawa show courage and adopt a progressive approach to reinvesting in community and social services to the same level it was in 2010? Or will you go down the path that leads to growing inequality and poverty among the citizens of Ottawa? We at the Coalition Community and Health and Resource Centre hope that the members of this committee and other councillors will work with the community members toward a greater approach of sustainable social investment. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que vous avez des questions pour l'interrogation? Merci. Our next speaker is Ray Sullivan, Executive Director of Centretown Citizens Ottawa Corporation, and Mr. Sullivan will be followed by David Jeans, Heritage Ottawa.
Good morning. I'm Ray Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of CCOC. We're a private non-profit landlord that provides over 1,500 homes to low and modest income households. We're also members of the Ottawa Social Housing Network. And before I begin, I want to salute the activists and volunteers from ACORN and Cowie, the City for All Initiative, or All Women Initiative, who are here today. These are folks standing up for themselves and their neighbors, and they're the ones who are making democracy work. But I want to address the strategic objective of creating new affordable housing options. This is a crucial priority. And in the recommendations before you, there's money allocated to housing affordability that wasn't there last month. This is very good. I'm not here to talk about the numbers and the math. I covered that when I spoke to you about the 2015 budget presentations, and previous speakers have mentioned some of the earlier reductions in some funding. And when you're considering the memo on how to allocate the Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan over your term, I will be back and we'll talk about the details then. But today, I want to commend the city for including housing affordability as one of your council term priorities. There's a lot of housing issues on your agenda today. There's also the first update on the 10-year plan for housing and homelessness and the city's proposed submission to the province's long-term affordable housing plan. But I want to spend my time this morning highlighting some of the bigger issues that you're going to face over your term, the things that keep me up at night. So you know the scope of the problem, right? Greater than 1/3 of all households in this city are renters, but there's a steady net loss in the rental housing stock every year. Rents are rising faster than wages, faster than inflation, certainly faster than benefits. 2 out of every 5 renters can't afford their homes. That's about 40,000 families, seniors, and singles in this city. This drives sprawl, poverty, economic stagnation, and it is the iceberg of which homelessness is just the tip. So that's the first thing that keeps me awake. Here's the second. Over the next decade, the federal government will withdraw $1 billion from the affordable housing sector in this country. This is money that flows through the City of Ottawa. It's part of your budget. So this doesn't just mean that many low-income households in your wards are at risk of losing their homes. It means a net loss of funding for the City of Ottawa. The city will have to find new funds just to maintain the status quo. That leads me to the third thing that keeps me up at night. We're stuck with an awkward social housing system where the province sets the rules, but the city pays the bills. This year, the province applied its inflation formula and determined that the city needed to increase its subsidy payouts by $9 million. So to cover that in the 2015 budget, you had to take $4 million away from the capital and the Housing and Homelessness Investment Plan. You had to take $2 million away from CHIPPE, the Community Homeless Prevention Initiative. And these are programs that are directly applied to the goals of your own 10-year plan. And the remaining amount came from a housing contingency fund. Well, for all intents and purposes, right now, there is no longer a housing contingency fund. The cupboard is bare. But that same $9 million pressure will be back in 2016 and in the next year, because that's how inflation adjustments work, right? And the province might work their magic inflation formula again this year and raise the bill even higher. So what do we do next time? Well, we have some challenges ahead of us. We, over the term of this council, have to work together to keep the feds from divesting their stake in social housing. We have to work with the province to reform the system and rebalance each of our responsibilities. And finally, we need to commit to our 10-year plan on housing and homelessness. The city brought the sector together in an unprecedented way. Social housing, co-ops, private landlords, hospitals, supportive housing. We're all on the bus together now. But it's your job to make sure that there's still gas in the tank so we can get somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. Just on a personal note, Mr. Sullivan took me on a tour of Beaver Barracks at CCOC, and I have to say I'm very impressed with the housing model that's in place. And just to my colleagues, if you haven't gone and seen Beaver Barracks, you really should. It's worth the tour, and I salute CCOC for the great work that you're doing and appreciate your sage words here today. I think we should take them, we should heed those words, so thank you. Next speaker is David James, Heritage Ottawa, and Mr. James will be followed by Doug Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I've sent a note to the committee coordinator and the members of the committee. Heritage Ottawa is concerned with the strategic priorities under HC4 and are particularly supporting the investment in the development of a new heritage reference list and making it online accessible. This does come more under the purview of Planning Committee, to whom we've also directed this support. But what I want to mention here is that Heritage Ottawa is a member of the Ottawa Cultural Alliance. We support the messages that you've heard from the Alliance earlier today, and of course Heritage Ottawa, because we are both concerned with heritage planning and with heritage programming, actually have an interest in both the work of the Planning Committee and of this committee. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to our last public delegation, Doug Johnson.
Good morning. I happen to be the treasurer of the Fisher Heights Community Association, although I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm addressing the proposed improved subsidy for community rinks, which I endorse, of course. I'm very impressed by the various presentations so far today about many important elements that enrich the livability of the city. I just want to draw attention to this fairly low-profile element. There are more than 200 community rinks in the city, obviously in every ward. There's numerous community volunteers who make the effort to organize, and in some cases also to staff the community rinks. To me, they're an important element of making each of our many neighborhoods livable, attractive, and building a bond and an identity in each of the neighborhoods. The subsidies have not been increased for many years. I would estimate at least 10 years. And in many cases, the community groups who have limited sources of funding provide adult volunteers, total volunteers, to also staff the rinks. In other cases, community groups are able to use the funds to provide reliable and quality staffing by hiring primarily students, thus giving them employment in their community and some work experience. So I just wish to emphasize that many community groups have been concerned about the stagnant funding for community rinks for many years. I applaud the response of the staff and the city in proposing this increase for 4 years. And if I could, through the chair, I would appreciate having on the record from staff exactly the last time community rink grants were changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions? Okay, Councillor Egley.
Thank you for coming out, Doug. As you know from our dealings, this is something that's near and dear to my heart. And technically, you're not allowed to ask questions of committee, but I've heard your question, so I'm going to ask the question for you. Mr. Chenier, could you please tell us when we last saw an increase in rink grants?
Yes, through you, Chair. The rink grants that we're currently operating under were approved in 2004, but those were a harmonization of all of the pre-amalgamation rates that existed. Essentially, what the new city adopted in 2004 were pretty close to former Ottawa rink rates, which I don't believe were adjusted since probably 1999, 98, somewhere around there. So they're very, very dated rates.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson, and thank you, Councillor Egley. Seeing no more delegations, we will now, if you have your SI document with you, you'll note that we are approving effectively pages 109 to 126. So they're SIs 29 to 44. So I'm just going to entertain questions on any of the SIs now, and then we will go through the approval process. And when we get to SI 35, I actually have a motion to propose to the committee on that one. So we'll start with Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to echo your thanks to all of the members of the public who spoke, I have a series of questions on the strategic initiative draft on the pages that you mentioned, so I'll just take them in turn. I'm looking at page 102 of the report, which is the strategic objective performance measure related to recreation services. And just a question to get clarification. The performance measure says increase consistency among identified registered recreation activities by 10% by Q4 2015, etc. I just didn't understand what that meant. Increase consistency among identified registered recreation activities. So that's my first question.
Through you, Chair. Yes, this reflects, as part of our update of recreation programming, the harmonization of recreation services. Council has approved an approach to harmonization, which over the term of Council will be implemented, because in some cases the harmonization will take several years to phase in. And so the consistency part really speaks to harmonization in terms of rate, program content, as well as program packaging.
Thank you. That's helpful. That refers back to, this was an item that was before us, I think, at our last meeting. I turn the page now, and on page 103, looking at item 34, and I read in the performance measurement that the objective is to leverage a minimum of $1.25 of community investment for every dollar contributed by the city in minor and major capital partnerships. That came as a surprise to me, because I had understood that the way the capital partnership program worked was on a one-to-one fundraising sharing process. So my question is this a change of policy, or am I misreading or misunderstanding the program?
Through you, Chair, there is no shift in policy. We will still match on a one-to-one basis. What this goal reflects is that currently, in most projects, community contribution exceeds contribution, city contribution. Very rarely is it actually a 50-50 split, and often the community, simply because of budget limitations. In the minor capital, we have a $7,500 cap on the project, and in many cases, the community partner will exceed that in order to build something bigger, better, that they're capable of affording. Likewise, in the major capital, because of affordability of our own envelope, we may cap our contribution at something less than 50% because of affordability, but the group. And so doing a one-to-one objective would have actually underperformed from where we currently are. We are at about probably $1.20 to somewhere in that area, and we think that that will continue to grow. And really what it shows is that for every dollar we invest, we get more than $1 back in terms of community investment.
Thank you. That was very clear. On item 35, the performance measure is to increase progress made in implementing parks and recreation facility upgrades. And then there are a series of targets which arrive at 100% in 2018, which is very ambitious. It's great to see. But given that we had quite an extensive discussion around this table around budget 2015 and identified a significant infrastructure pressure in this area, am I to understand that, I guess the first question is, this relates only to upgrades and not to replacement, or have we found a magic wand and have now erased this pressure which we saw moving forward, which was going to be fairly significant? So I'm just trying to understand if the performance measurement is A, realistic, and funded, and B, does it relate just to upgrades or also to replacement?
Through the Chair, these performance measures are really to indicate that our intent would be to take the money that Council would allocate in each of the 4 years and essentially to have projects committed against them and hopefully as well implemented in this term of Council. Because this is strategic initiative money, we don't believe that it will necessarily lapse into the next term of Council, and we know that there are a lot of projects in line to access these funds. And so what this is simply saying is that over the term of Council, we will work with members of Council to implement a spending program against this that fully expends it by the end of term.
But only among those facilities which we have money to actually fund, correct?
The intent of this fund, as it's been discussed, this is a new fund provided as part of this process, and I think the understanding was to focus on parks and park amenities and to look at situations to either provide new amenities where there was a gap in service or to upgrade existing facilities that maybe are now too old, no longer used, and that require an upgrading and improvement, those kinds of things. So the list of projects mentioned on this have been things like spray pads, play structures, park furnishings, reinstatement of tennis courts, basketball courts, those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you. On item 37, the objective is to increase participation over the 2015 baseline by 50% in terms of low-income recreation subsidy participation, and then maintain it for 17 and 18. Again, I applaud the ambition. I think that's great. But why this idea of a huge raise in the first year and then kind of flattening out? Why not have a target that achieves a more modest increase in participation over the course of the 4 years?
we believe that the funds allocated will generally allow us to seed free or very inexpensive programs for youth across the city to address gaps in services in critical areas, and that once implemented, the uplift in service will likely be felt when the program is introduced, and generally that's where we see a fairly significant uptake, with then the challenge of maintaining that through the term of council with this funding. So we don't see this, because it is the same $50,000, it's not an incremental funding. So once we establish, whether it's 10 programs across the city, that capacity will be set and hopefully filled in each of the years, but likely will not be incremental in the way that if it was $50,000 new dollars every year, then we would expect to see an expansion in programs in each of those years.
Thank you. Chair, I'm going to move on to HC3, if that's okay. I'm sorry for all the questions, but I think they're important. And let me just say that I did very much appreciate the very clear, objective performance measures in the HC2 area. I think that is a great model for how we should be looking at achieving our strategic objectives. So kudos to staff for the way they approach that. Moving to HC3 related to housing, I see under 38A we have a performance measure to decrease the annual average number of families who stayed in motels by 30% by the end of Q4 2018. And I guess my question is, the way that I understand the expected allocation of the $14 million, which is put forward here as a proposed strategic initiative, would be, at this stage, all operating funding that staff are not anticipating, and I'm talking about the 14, not the additional $2 million, but of the existing $14 million, which was spent in the previous term of council and is put forward as a proposed strategic initiative for this term of council, that staff identify operational pressures which would prevent the ability to spend money on capital. So I guess my question here is, in the absence of the ability within the 14 to spend money on capital, how would we achieve this performance measure?
Essentially what we are doing is, through different forms of partnerships, we're actually creating space elsewhere outside of the motel system, primarily through a partnership that we have with the Downtown YMCA, where we're actually creating the ability for people to live in a cheaper form of temporary housing.
Thank you for that answer. And is it correct to say that it would be staff's intention, if the $16 million were approved by council, that the difference between the 14 and the 16, i.e. a minimum of $2 million each year, would be invested in capital for housing?
You want to repeat the question so I make sure because it's a very specific question.
Yeah. So the proposal is to spend $16 million each year on the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. And I think, Mr. Berry, earlier in a previous meeting, staff had indicated that it was going to be very difficult within the $14 million to find space to spend that on additional housing capital. So my question is it a reasonable assumption on our part to say that that additional delta of $2 million over the 4 years will in fact be spent on housing capital?
I don't think it's possible to say that at this point. We do know that we need to invest more in terms of housing. Our intent would be to put it into capital, but to be 100% indicative of that based on the pressures in housing at this point, it's difficult to say.
Okay. I mean, that's an item that I may want to come back on in terms of, before we finalize this at council. I think it will be important for us as a council to make a decision as to whether we want to invest and earmark additional money on housing capital. But I don't feel we need to have that conversation today, but just to put a marker on that item. And that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start with 31, Initiative 31. I'm just looking for some clarity here, Mr. Shinney. When you say that we're going to complete 20% of the infrastructure standards and strategy by this date, 40%, so on and so on, what exactly does that mean? You're going to complete 20% of the policy? Because you're not talking about the actual work, are you?
Through you, Chair. The work to be done is that back in 2004, I believe, the department prepared a report on recreation infrastructure and a 10-year plan. Over the years, that has essentially been built out, and through infrastructure programs and other things have come along to change the priorities. So it's now time to renew that, both in terms of our actual standards for the facilities we build, as well as what do the next 10 years look like. And so the work that we will undertake starting this year is to develop both those things, a report on standards and a report that will eventually come back and say over the next 10 years, here are the pools, the community buildings, the rinks that need to be built in the city. And what this is, because this is a strategic initiative that we will have to report progress on, this is simply pacing out the milestones of the work to be developed.
Okay. So how are we breaking down the 25 to 40? Are we doing, first we're looking at pools, then we're looking at community buildings, or is it broken down by wards? How are those percentages worked out?
The percentages are an estimation of how quickly the work will progress over the term of council. They reflect an initial period of developing the standards for future city recreation facilities, and then moving into a review of demographics of areas of the city and their needs in each of those categories. And I believe, very much like last time, we will do an assessment independently of things like pools, like parks, like arenas and those kinds of things, and then come back with a comprehensive package all at the same time that provides a full picture of those things.
Okay. Moving on to 35. Again, it's really a question about percentages. Again, you say you're going to increase progress by 25% in 2015, 50% in 2016. Again, what is that actually? Are we going to do 25% more projects in 2015 by way of upgrades, or what's the percentage reflective of?
At this point, it can only be reflective of expenditure of the funds, because at this point, that's all we know. We have not determined what we're going to build and when we're going to build it, and the phasing of those things. I think that may be the source of discussion as part of today. So really what it is an indication that council is giving us these funds to improve park amenities, and that we will aim and be measured against to execute on that over the term of council in a progressive manner.
Okay, so I'm still not entirely clear. So what you're saying is it's not specific projects, but so in 2015, for example, your intent is to spend 25% more on this type of project than we did last year? And so on?
The 25% this year would be a reflection that by the time this is approved and we have a selection of the projects, that we will probably select and commit 25% of the funds at a maximum. That would be our objective. But we don't know what those projects are yet. So, as I said, this isn't a reflection of completion of projects. This is a reflection of spending the funds.
Okay, and I think the Chair has asked me to assist in moving a motion which should help you in determining which projects they're going to be. Do you want me to introduce it? Okay. So I'll introduce that now. I don't know if it can be put up on the screen or not. But whereas the term of council strategic initiatives process has identified a need to supplement the renewal of recreation infrastructure with additional funding to accelerate upgrades of facilities, and whereas it has been identified that the renewal and upgrade of park amenities should be the focus of strategic investments on parks across the city, and whereas funding has been identified in each year of the term of council to undertake capital improvements to parks, therefore be it resolved that the following parameters be approved to direct staff in the prioritization of the project funding under the strategic initiative. Priority will be given to projects that are park-based and address a gap in services for a community or restore a park amenity no longer meeting local needs. Do not attract significant additional operating or maintenance costs for the city. Leverage other sources of internal or external funding. Do not exceed $400,000 in total costs, and between the chair and I, we've added a new one which may not show up on the screen, address safety issues. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to canvass each ward council for priority projects to be considered within the parameters outlined above. So that's the motion, and I'm more than happy to sponsor that on behalf of the chair, because I think we do need a system to determine where we're going and how we get there. So hopefully this will help, and as I understand it, this is, Mr. Cheney, this is staff supported as a road forward on this process. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. We support it, and the addition that you've made on safety.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nussbaum.
Well, just a question, I don't know, maybe to staff or to Councillor Eglaw, it doesn't matter. Just so that I understand, if these are conditions or priority will be given to projects that satisfy these conditions, leverage other sources of internal or external funding. Maybe someone can explain that to me. I'm thinking of a park renewal in a low-income neighborhood where, for whatever reason, you're not going to attract community support or there isn't going to be a matching opportunity. What are we saying?
Through the chair, I think the primary discussion on this has been around the use of cash in lieu of parkland and leveraging these funds and cash in lieu of parkland where there's an opportunity to do something more comprehensive or bring together a project in a timelier fashion where there may be not quite enough cash in lieu to go ahead now, but this would come along. It may provide the perfect opportunity. It may also apply to other situations where other levels of funding come in. We've recently just applied for the Canada 150 of funding, but there is likely to be other external sources that may also be available. And then lastly, there's the opportunity that some community groups are applying through, the program you were asking a question about earlier, the minor and major capital partnership program. Again, there may be an opportunity if we know a community group is ready to partner to do something in a park to help enhance that or do something that's complementary.
Yeah, I guess what I would need in terms of assurance before I could vote in favor of this is that in a situation where we have a park renewal that's been identified as high priority for all of the other reasons, meeting local needs, etc., I would not want that upgrade to fall off the priority list because that is a neighborhood that wasn't able to apply through the major capital program, that the councillor in question perhaps didn't have Section 37 or cash in lieu money. So the concern is the way this is worded right now, that project could fall off, and so how do we get assurance?
That is not the intent, and I believe, Mr. Chenier, you can just nod, but I believe we would not have a low-income neighborhood fall off because they didn't meet their criteria.
It would not, Councillor, and if I could add that the prioritization of these projects would be subject to our normal criteria, which amongst other things includes, as a highly rated criteria, community need.
Yeah,
Councillor Eglaw?
Yeah, Councillor Nussbaum. I mean, the other piece, I think the intent of both myself and the chair is to open the door as wide as possible to as many funding alternatives and options that we could get. and sometimes a little bit of cash in lieu can attract a matching funding source, either from the private or the public sector. There's lots of things, but certainly there's no intent on my part in helping to sponsor this motion to say to certain communities, you're not going to get it. I think, that's not going to be the determining factor. It would be one of the factors, along with all the others, along with the screening process and Mr. Chenier, but the intent is to open that door as wide as possible so we can get projects done as quickly as possible.
Okay, if there's no more discussion on the motion, can we carry the motion? Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions on strategic initiatives? Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair. Start off with a few questions from Councillor Brockington, who had to step out and ask me to ask these on his behalf regarding SI-35 Parks and Rec facility upgrades and the Alexander Community Centre in Carlington community. 3 questions he had is, where is this on the city priority list? Are there pots of provincial or federal funding that can expedite the project? And staff commitment to work with Councillor Brockington to address the needs of the community centre over this term of council.
Through the chair, my staff have already had some discussions with Councillor Brockington about the upgrades to the the Alexander Community Centre. It is a good example of an inner core community centre that is getting old and needs a renovation. It has a sister community centre, the Overbrook Community Centre, that was renovated a few years ago, and I've suggested, and I believe the council has acted on, having the community look at that expansion and renovation to see, to inspire ideas and to begin the work on this. I have mentioned to the councillor that the next phase of this would be to get community consensus on the work that's required, and generally that would be done through a design process to determine exactly what kind of work needs to be done there and what the community wants to see in terms of priorities. The facility is on our list of outstanding strategic initiatives, as are several of our aging community centres, and we will work with the councillor's office to scope out the next phase, which is the funding required to do a design for the facility.
Okay, thanks. And I'll move over to my questions now. On 31, in the strategic objectives, the modernization of rec services, sort of following up on what Councillor Eglai was talking about the 20% and the completing 40 by Q4 and 75 by Q4 of 2017 and on and on. When do we get some more details, or the priority list, how is that determined? When do we get there? When do we get a better sense of those projects?
This is a term of council project. It will take some time, some consultation with user groups, with communities. If you are asking about a sense of of priorities in terms of the 10-year future development program, that will probably come in the 3rd, if not the 4th year of council, by way of a report that will help inform development charges and the go forward in terms of development of recreation infrastructure. So that is the end product, a priorized list of projects to be undertaken by the city. So I would say probably in 2017, late 2017 or 18.
Thanks for that. And 31B, in terms of increasing the number of Event Central fostered activities at Lansdowne and City Hall, first of all, why? And second of all, how much resources do we have going toward that? So are we going to have resources from Event Central focusing on that, or is it park staff, additional resources from parks assisting Event Central to do that? And what are the financial implications of that?
Through the chair, this is the reflection, as you know, the mayor has made a fairly strong commitment to turn City Hall and Lansdowne into a real people place. And over the last last term of council, we worked very hard to animate both Marion Dewar Plaza and now some of the common spaces, public spaces at Lansdowne Park with civic organized activities. And what we're finding, especially with Marion Dewar Plaza here, is that we have exhausted the ability to do that completely on a volunteer basis with community groups. So you may have seen here we have concerts that are free, we have salsa dance lessons, we have a whole variety of activities going on in the evening and on weekends. But what this requirement is, and there is a budget ask against this, is some basic overhead funding to be able to provide equipment where it's required, amplification equipment, or to cover parking for volunteers that come here to perform and animate the square. So it's a little bit of funding to help kind of formalize a little bit the program and make sure that it continues to be vibrant, that we continue to be able to work with community groups and support them.
And do you know off the top of your head, are we talking a couple of FTEs, 2, 3, 4, 10?
We are essentially talking about one summer staff to help coordinate, and the rest is support funding to enable community groups to do their thing.
Okay. Moving on to 32 and the allocation policy, and I know the city's hosting an open house on that next week, I believe, but if I can just get your thoughts, Mr. Chenier, on where we're sort of heading and where the ideal situation is from a parks perspective for this moving forward.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor, I can advise that we are currently midway through our public consultation sessions. We have had meetings with our stakeholders that use ice time both last week and this week in city arenas, and that went very well. We're getting a lot of good, constructive feedback and ideas that we'll be working over the summer to incorporate. This evening we have a meeting, a consultation with our sports field users, and are looking forward to getting their comments on the policy. And then next week, with the Councillor Deans as hosting an event to broaden the consultation out to the broader community that may not be our direct rental clients, but are users of facilities or have interest in those. Once that is complete, we hope to be able to pull together a final package, which we will go feedback out to those who participated in the consultation, and then turn into recommendations to council. And essentially the report will address some outstanding issues in terms of fairness of allocation and making sure that the process that we have is transparent, it's fair, it's formula-based, those kinds of things. And as well provides a new framework for the business of allocation around things like return of ice time or field time, the priority for bookings, and all those kinds of things. So it's a kind of an all-encompassing policy that will refresh what is now over 10 years old.
And so is it, you touched upon fairness, and is the main driver of this allocation policy fairness, or is it about financial sustainability for the programs, or is it both?
Through the chair, the main focus has been on moving towards a fairer system of allocation, and essentially what that means is setting aside historical use to go back to a demonstrated need approach. There will be some aspects that talk to sustainability in terms of, not in terms of fees, because we're not addressing fees as part of this, but in terms of policies on cancellation of ice time, on those kinds of considerations of the business model, and where we are seeing loss of time on ice time or sports field time that isn't being used, and the kind of policies that we could put in place to optimize the use of our facilities.
So although the main driver is not financial as a result of the efficiencies through this process, there might be a financial benefit as well? Okay. HC2 34, the recreation major minor capital partnership, would something like the P3 and Riverside South, the recreational facility that's planned for Riverside South, fall under this?
Through the chair, this is a program that is a 50-50 matching grant program. So it generally is not a P3 in that sense. That the minor capital is a very small program. It has a $7,500 maximum attached to it. So that isn't even in that realm. This is really to encourage community groups to come forward with projects that are their own. It's generally not, the driver for this is generally not to realize city projects through a community group, but rather to support communities in development of their own projects. So it hasn't really been aligned with P3 initiatives up until now.
Can you give me an example? So with the Neighborhood Connections Office, or is that part of the planning budget with something like that?
This isn't part of the Neighborhood Connections budget.
Can you give me an example of what...
This program will have helped install play structures in city parks and schoolyards and communities across the city. It is often when a community council or a school council decides that they want to fundraise to take on one of those projects, we are usually their first stop in terms of securing matching funding. The larger projects tend to be sports clubs and community associations. Recently, for example, we've just completed one where a community association has cost shared adding an addition to a city community center. That is a popular approach to that, but we've had the same thing with all kinds of organizations trying to expand. We have groups looking at putting in new rinks using this process in their community, cost sharing, those kinds of things.
Okay. On number 36, just a quick comment. I think the 10% increase for the local community associations and the volunteers that keep those rinks up and running is much appreciated, I think, in my riding and across the city. I know they struggle to keep those rinks up and running, so thank you for reflecting that in point 36. My last question on number 41, and we had a presentation that I found interesting about the balance between arts, culture, and sports. And moving forward with this list of priorities here, is the shift changing at all, or is it relative to previous years in terms of priorities and how much emphasis we're putting on cultural versus sports? You've been here for many years, Mr. Chenier. Is that for the next 4 years? Are we balancing that? Are we increasing the emphasis on one over the other?
Through the chair, I believe that the original Arts and Heritage Plan, the Museum Sustainability Plan, and then the renewal of this plan have both been initiatives to try to address that perceived imbalance from the past. And I think we've made some great inroads. This plan, and I know there are some within the strategic initiatives envelope, there has been, there are some that would like to see more. We would all probably like to see more, but within the affordability envelope of the SIs. But I can add that certainly in the 2014 and the 2015 budget, Council has also made some significant investments beyond what you're seeing in the SIs today. Notably, we received another $1 million towards assisting La Nouvelle Seine in its construction projects. That's on top of the initial $1 million. That has been a long outstanding priority in the cultural plan that is now becoming reality. In last year's budget, Council also added $1,600,000 for Arts Court, reflecting the broader scale of operation of that building when it opens. So there have been some significant investments in the two successive plans. And now, even through our operating budget, we are getting new dollars that are making a difference in terms of the services we're able to provide.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Shea. Thanks, Chair.
Thank
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Any other questions on SIs, comments? Nothing? Okay, so can we carry them in bulk, 29 to 44? Carried? Thank you. So on all the recommendations are carried. Great. We have 3 items left. 2 of them have public delegations. It's going to propose that we have a recess unless you'd like to power through. So what, power? You want to do that? Oh, just one guy that's not hungry. Anybody else? Do you want to take a break? There are 4 delegations. Power through? Power through? Okay, we're going to power through. So our next held item is item number 9. It was actually held by Councillor Fleury, who has left, but we do have public delegations, so we're going to go straight to the delegation, and it's Céline Carrière, Cooperative Housing Association of Eastern Ontario.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Céline Carrière. I'm the Executive Director with the Co-op Housing Association of Eastern Ontario. So we represent 44 housing cooperatives across the City of Ottawa. That's about 3,300 units. But across the city there are in fact about 55 housing co-ops and over 4,000 units of co-op housing. I want to thank you today for your financial commitment, or at least what's proposed in the strategic initiatives of $2 million towards the affordable housing envelope. I'm certainly glad to see that there's a continued commitment, and as Mike Bilthouse said earlier, the community certainly is supportive of the goals set out in the 10-year plan, and we really believe that it's achievable. I'm an optimist. I'm also very cooperative by the nature of my job, obviously, co-op housing. However, my concern today is that there are many pressures coming down the pipeline in the affordable housing and homelessness front that make the achievement of the plan that much more important, but that much more challenging. It's getting more expensive to maintain our housing stock. Property taxes are going up, and obviously that's a flow-through for some co-ops, but that's a pressure on you, the city. Energy and water and sewage expenses are going up, and the repairs are costing more and more. So as buildings age, they obviously cost more. It's like taking care of ourselves, right? So the plan, the 10-year housing and homelessness plan intends to realize savings on the homelessness side to reinvest on the housing side. That's a great plan, right? We don't want to pay to have people remain homeless. We want to pay to make sure that our most vulnerable citizens are housed. That requires continued investment, and that requires a lot of push from the city, from partners, from everybody. It doesn't serve us well to roll out the carpet ahead of us with new housing and rent supplements, with supports, which are all great, by the way, but it doesn't serve us to allow the carpet to roll up behind us. That's really the risk. That's what the plan is trying to address, and if it's successful, when it's successful, we need to work together to make sure that that carpet doesn't roll up behind us. So that includes repair and maintenance of our current stock. The other issue that I think I need to bring to your attention is the half of the members that I work with that don't currently work with the city. So they're administered through federal funding programs, and they're facing the end of their operating agreements, about half of the co-ops that I work with. About 25 co-ops, in fact. So they get funding from the federal government for their low-income members to support them. So they're part of the larger approach to affordable housing in Ottawa, but those subsidies are ending. And co-ops don't necessarily have the ability to maintain those subsidies for those households. So while the city is addressing the housing and homelessness issue and the pressures that already exist around maintenance, around affordability, around homelessness, there are 15 to 25% of our 2,500 federal housing co-op units that between last year and 2023 will be coming out of their operating agreements, and co-ops are facing a choice. They'll have to decide whether some members of our co-op will pay more so that others can pay less, or they'll have to decide whether they have to invest in their stock and maintain their units to continue to have good affordable housing, which will mean that 15 to 25% of those households will be coming to you. And that's going to mean an increase in your waiting list or an increase in the number of people accessing shelters. I'm under no assumption I have no expectation that the city should be stepping up. The federal government should be stepping up to help these families remain housed in an affordable way. And we're working on that as hard as possible, as much as possible. But the city needs to understand that that's going to have an impact on you as we try to move forward as a system. So if we aren't successful, there's going to be an influx and pressures, more pressures than there already are on the system. So my request to you today is continue to support your plan. It's a good plan. We all support it in the community. Continue to work with us. Be brave, be daring. Let's make this happen. Let's try to make sure that we can solve homelessness by the end of this 10-year plan, and let's make sure that along the way we're not letting our most vulnerable people, citizens of the City of Ottawa, reach homelessness. We shouldn't have to do that. There should be a way for us to work together as a system and partner to make sure that people are in good, affordable homes.
Ms. Carrier, your time's up, so if you could wrap up.
Okay, so my last comment is make your voices heard to the federal and provincial government. Shout from the rooftops. You can come and use our rooftops if you want. Let's make sure that the federal and provincial government understand that the end of operating agreement is going to have an impact on the City of Ottawa in a negative way if they don't step up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions to the delegation? Seeing none, any questions or comments on this topic? Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. A question for staff on this report, and I'm looking at page 3, if that's helpful. The sentence I'm looking at is, over this term of council, we will advance our objectives related to housing affordability and stability issues by creating 300 new affordable and or supportive housing units. That's on page 3. And then turning to page 8, we say create 300 new affordable housing units from 2015 to 2020. So that suggests a 5-year period during which the 300 new affordable housing units would be created. And page 3 suggests that that's a term of council. So I'm just trying to understand if I'm not reading this properly or what the discrepancy is about. Thank you.
I think the discrepancy is essentially 300 units are based on the funding that we're receiving from the other levels of government, and it's based on when their time. So it may be closer to the 5-year time frame based on how the funding will flow out from the federal government, but we'll be planning and looking at those 300 units during this term of council.
And when we say creating 300 units during this term of council, you mean funding them as opposed to those units that were previously financed and, let's say, are being built during this term of council?
That's correct, because we have new funding coming in from the other levels of government, and that's what the intent of that funding is. It is over a 5-year stream, and we're looking at, as that comes in, we bring back a RFP each year related to that level of investment we get from the other levels of government.
What approximately was the number for the previous term of council? So how many new units were we able to create, or were you able to create during the last term?
I think if we're going to go into that, you should perhaps do that as an inquiry, and I'll send you the information separately, so I'm not doing it off the top of my head.
Okay. And then what financial assumptions went into the 300 number? We spoke earlier on the previous item about the fact that you weren't in a position to promise that the $2 additional million was going to housing capital. So when the 300 number came up, can you just explain on what financial assumption that was based on in terms of the city contribution, not obviously the province's contribution?
Those are based solely on the federal, provincial contributions and on the basically the terms of that program in terms of how much we can contribute per door. This is our base estimate of what we would anticipate purchasing, and again, depending on how the projects are rolled out, sometimes we get a few more doors, sometimes we get less, depending on what the partners can bring to the table. But that would be our commitment based on approximately $120,000, $130,000 a door.
So if we were able to commit additional monies, either earmarking the $2 million or, let's say, going above that, we could conceivably increase the 300 number to something larger than that.
You can add more units if you have more capital dollars to spend.
Right. And, Chair, the reason I'm asking these questions, and this relates to the semi-annual report that I didn't want to hold up, but if you look at the semi-annual report, you can see that in terms of shelter management, so average nightly bed occupancy rates and percentage of individual and families on the social housing waiting list placed, we've actually done worse on both counts in 2014 than we did in 2013. So, and it's clear from the speakers here too that the need is still there, if not greater. So that's why I'm raising this over a number of different agenda items, that I think it's going to be important for us to look at ways that we might raise the number of 300 to something larger through whatever means it takes. Thank you for your patience, Chair.
Well, thank you for your comments, and I do think when we look at this that we have to start thinking outside the box a little bit on how we're going to have a go-forward plan. And I think we heard from Howie Wong when he was here a few weeks ago about the housing bank and some creative financing tools, and I think we're just going to have to get more creative in going forward on how we're going to address housing and homelessness and how we're going to achieve our goals with the financial constraints that we have. Anyone else on 9 or 10? I'm going to take them together because they're so integrally linked. Anyone else? So can we receive 9 and carry 10? Carried? Thank you. Moving on then to item number 13, the bylaw review strategy. And Ms. Jones, I'm going to let you kick it off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bylaw and Regulatory Services Chief Roger Chapman and Christine Hartig are going to join me. I'll wait a minute. Just by way of background, as committee will recall, part of the governance report that was dealt with at the beginning of the term of council directed that staff undertake a review to develop a proposed approach on how we're going to look at city bylaws and regulatory affairs that we're currently dealing with, and to come back and report and provide a summary of all major bylaws that we're currently on the books that we're enforcing, and to report on that. Part of the review as well is to talk about when these bylaws were enacted, the volume of activity associated with it, and to identify a work plan going forward on how we're going to address it. By way of background, and I know Chair Deans will recall this as well as Councillor Shirelli, back when we amalgamated and we brought the 11 lower tier and one upper tier municipality together, we had over 400 bylaws on the books, and a significant amount of work has been done to harmonize and consolidate those bylaws, as well as come up with regulations that were meeting the needs of the public at that time. Fairly extensive consultation. We think at this time a review is appropriate. Certainly a number of years after amalgamation, this is a great opportunity to look at bylaws and just determine what's needed. We also recognize as well that many councillors who sat last term had heard from many of their constituents and new councillors who are joining us this term as well. When they were out campaigning, we're hearing about different views of regulations. So with that, what we undertook to do, we actually went out and surveyed every member of council. And the reason I'm doing the presentation is we undertook the survey out of the Deputy City Manager's office, because we recognize that while I have Chief Chapman here with Ms. Hartig, many bylaws fall outside the scope of this committee and fall under other committees, and even enforcement as well. So we're here to talk to you about what's going to be the work plan with respect to this committee. Important, as chairs alluded to earlier, this is simply a work plan, not at this point to get into discussing what the issues are. Subject to the committee approving our work plan, we'll take that as a takeaway. We know there's many individuals here who are engaged in this process. Certainly our commitment to meet with them and understand with respect to the work plan the committee is going to approve, that we will get their feedback and report back on that at a later date. In terms of moving on at a high level, essentially there were 34 bylaws of the 92 responses that members of council got back to staff on. Of those 34 bylaws, there are 14 bylaws associated with the work of the Community and Protective Services Committee. And in meeting with the chair, and quite often, we'll have individual concerns about one particular bylaw. How do we come up with a work plan that will be relevant to the committee and based on importance and based on priority? So we agreed that we would identify a work plan and dates of reviews where there were at least 3 members of council who provided comments and expressed concern for further review. You'll see here in the work plan identified, taxis, of course, was certainly up at the top of the charts, and noise and property standards, licensing as well. And these actually, when you look at the summary of work the bylaws involved in, these are high-volume activities, so we recognize why the opportune time now is to do the review, and this is the timeline that we've committed to. We also recognize while there may have been less than 3 councillors expressing comments or concerns about bylaws, we would endeavor to work through this term of council, hopefully to address those issues, so that we can actually report back at the end of council that we've undertaken this review and have met the needs of council based on what they're hearing from the residents. There are other standing committees, and I've mentioned there were 34 bylaws that we had heard back on, 14 belonging to this committee. There are 20 other bylaws that were raised throughout this review, and it's our intent, and we've been working with the other department heads that oversee these areas, that the work that came out of this survey will be referred to those department heads who will work with the chair of the committees of those respective areas to come up with a work plan and identify that work plan by the end of 2015. Here's just an overview and the various committees and the different subject matters that have been addressed. And as indicated, I know many of you sit on other committees, so you will be seeing a report back with those committees when departments come forward. So here I'm just highlighting the summary of major bylaws that we're involved with here in bylaw and regulatory services, and certainly the first 1, 2, 3, and 4 are high-level activities for us. So logical as to why we would be looking at some of these bylaws for changes or improvements as we move forward. And then I've already indicated that we will be working with the chair of each standing committee and the departments will to develop a work plan for the review of the major bylaws And the other part of this as well is recognizing that 10, 11 years after amalgamation or more, it's likely appropriate, we've heard from councillors, that we should do this type of review every term of council. So that is our commitment, that we will be coming back every term of council within the first 18 months to identify a work plan. And then with respect to next steps, I've already indicated we will be reporting back to CPS with respect to the work plan we've identified and the dates, and expect to be fairly busy and doing extensive consultation. So with respect to outside the committee, we expect the same type of process will be followed. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to entertain any questions or comments.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to do delegations first. So we'll start with Mavis Finnemore from Acorn. And Ms. Finnemore will be followed by Dave Smith, Ottawa Neighbourhood Services. Good afternoon, Ms. Finnemore. In 5 minutes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mavis Finnemore, and I'm a longtime tenant, over 30 years from Heron Gate Community in Ottawa. I'm also a member of the board of Acorn, a social justice group focusing on the issues most affecting people with low and moderate incomes. Healthy Homes is a major campaign for Acorn, as high rents and poor or non-existent rental repairs affect the poor most. As Acorn has a long involvement with rental issues and a long history of helping low-income people, we want to be stakeholders in this bylaw review and the process. Since 2012, I have been volunteering as an Acorn tenant representative at meetings arranged with the landlord, currently Timber Creek, to help identify and resolve various persistent problems with residential rental properties. Along with other tenant reps, we keep seeing the same problems brought up, meeting after meeting, getting promises of repairs and then nothing. The problems are severe and include massive pest infestations, elevators not working for long periods of time.
Ms. Finnemore, if I could just interrupt you. Today, what we're discussing is the process for bylaw review. We're not talking about the actual issues embedded in any of those. So if you could direct your comments to process, those are the only ones we're entertaining today.
Thank you. I'll move on. There is a great imbalance in rights and actions for residential tenants across Ottawa that needs to be addressed. All repair efforts now start with tenants chasing after landlords continuously to get work done, wading through paperwork and bureaucracy. If not done, they can try again, paying for justice at the landlord-tenant board and facing off against big companies with big lawyers. The tenants can't withhold rent. He faces eviction. He should have the right to place it in a special account, perhaps controlled by the mayor, until the repair is done.
Ms. Finnemore, are you understanding that we're discussing process and not the content?
I am about to suggest the process.
Okay, if you could get to that.
Okay. The standards of repair are murky, and again, who decides if the repair is correct? The law is unclear on this, and the tenants are often forced to accept what they're given. In the opinion of many tenants, there should be short timelines for basic repairs, with very few extensions given to the landlord unless there are unusual conditions causing delays. Many believe the lack of consequences facing bad landlords has encouraged others to do less repairs and therefore contributed to the degradation of rental housing stock in Ottawa. Significant fines and inspection fees need to be levied against landlords with high levels of repair complaints not handled properly. Only consequences will turn the tide in tenants' favor. Once my development was a beautiful garden-filled enclave for middle-class families. Now it is run down with peeling paint, broken fences, and boarded-up windows, overgrown with weeds and wild shrubbery. Some would say it's turning into a slum. Rumors of demolition of my development go unanswered despite my pleas. Many people are leaving because of the poor state of repairs, pointing to that as proof of the landlord's demolition intentions. This is a huge insult to the hard-working tenants like myself who pay full market price rent and get less than full market value. Councillors, please help me and all the other residential tenants in Ottawa get the needed changes to bylaw so we can all have good, healthy homes in Ottawa. We look forward to working with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just to be clear, what we're discussing today is the work plan and timetable for review of our bylaws. We are not discussing the actual content, and so I'm not going to entertain questions to this delegation because it was out of order. So thank you. And to staff, Councillor Nussbaum.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a question to staff arising from the public delegation's comment. In terms of the process of the bylaw review, are there going to be opportunities for consultations with groups that identify an interest in a particular subject area? For instance, I think Acorn has expressed an interest in property standards. Will there be an opportunity for some sort of dialogue?
Through the Chair to the Councillor, this is a process we've always followed, and we've consulted extensively, so I have made that commitment, and Chief Chapman will be doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Moving on to our second delegation, Dave Smith, Ottawa Neighbourhood Services. Is Mr. Smith here? Yes. And Mr. Smith is going to be followed by Vivian Legourier.
Push your button when you go to talk. Push your button when you go to talk.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for meeting with us. My name is Patricia Lemieux, and I'm the president for Ottawa Neighbourhood Services. And Dave Smith and myself have been researching and carrying the priority that we wish to have the drop boxes that the City of Ottawa has been reviewing the bylaws for. We had a major meeting on May 22nd, 2014, and at that time it was deemed that the City of Ottawa was going to look into the drop box situation and that it would be done in the first quarter of 2015. Now it has turned and it is being told to us that it has to wait. It's not a priority, it looks like, until 2017 that it will be reviewed. We were told that this was a high priority and that it would be looked at in meeting with everyone at the City of Ottawa. And this is the first year that Ottawa Neighbourhood Services doesn't have enough clothing to help the city and the community. So we feel that by 2017 that it will be too late for this bylaw before it is passed.
And every day you can look at those boxes, they keep changing the name. Once it's for children, and the next thing is for this kind of organization and that kind of organization, and every time you phone the number on the boxes, there's never anybody answering. Now last week started, there's yellow boxes being distributed, and anywhere there's a little piece of land, you will find one of the green boxes or orange boxes or yellow boxes. I mean, there's got to be a stop to it. Why are they coming to our city and taking things away because they're for profit?
Okay, so on the process issue, you were told it would be addressed in 2015, and now it's been moved to Q2 2017, correct? Is that correct. The issue?
Yes.
Is that the issue for you too, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, because we're only on process issues today. So can we just maybe get a staff comment on why this has been moved back?
Respectfully to the Chair, we know this bylaw was enacted in 2013. There was public consultation associated with that process. I can't speak to who would have indicated that we were coming back in 2015. In fairness, we know we have a new council, and part of the review is a governance review, so I don't recall if there was any direction. I don't believe there was. And as you can appreciate, we've got a number of bylaws we have to look at, and just based on the priorities, we have determined that we can reasonably do effective public consultation on this bylaw and would need all of 2016. And that's when the review would begin, so we can then report in 2017 with a commitment to ensuring we do it properly, effectively, and we're addressing all the issues. In the interim, while we recognize some of the concerns are in terms of who is using these boxes, we continue to deal with the problems associated with too much left around the boxes and working with property owners. But this is complex. It will require an extensive amount of work. We want to make sure we do it properly.
I did cut you off, so is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, because remember, we help the new Canadians, we give them furniture, we take it to their house, we set it up. If there's a fire, the people come to us, we get all their clothing and their furniture when they get a new dwelling. I mean, the things that we do in the city is unbelievable, but if they keep taking our donations away and bring them to Toronto, how are we going to help our local people? There's got to be an end to it. You know, charity begins at home, so I think we should look at that cause.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schrey.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually in several of those meetings, and I certainly had the impression it was going to happen quicker because this, if you could just outline the urgency of this, because what we have essentially is people putting up fraudulent clothing donation boxes that are now sucking up 80% of the clothing donations, and this is the first year since World War I where we do not have enough clothes to give to our own poor people. If you could just elaborate on that. If you could just elaborate on that.
I certainly can, because our donations are down about 70%, and if that happens, we have to put a lock on our door. After 83 years serving this community, that's a shame, total shame.
And I'd like to just add as well, the drop boxes, it is a complex bylaw, as was stated by Susan Jones, but in saying that, it also was discussed at that meeting that it's open for, I guess, a lot of loops that people could actually, and they are using them to evade. For example, I did hand out, and I'm not sure if anybody received the information, but there's a list that was presented by the Competition Bureau on for-profit donation bins, and it clearly outlines that it's actually Ottawa, Ontario, that they have four that are essentially non-profit charities bins, and out of those four, there are 7 that are listed for for-profit. So the profit drop boxes that are being placed in the city are far exceeding the drop boxes that local, and I mean local charities that are here in the city of Ottawa that use that as their resources in order to continue to pass on and help the community in the city of Ottawa. Whereas the for-profit boxes are, as Dave Smith mentioned, turning up here on the sidewalks in the city, and they're being dropped off. And unfortunately, you know, the people the community that does donate to these boxes, they're unaware of what kind of...
We're not getting into the content today.
Okay, so the issue here, though, is urgency. Why it has to be sooner than 2017. So am I correct that the first reason is the supply of used clothing to be given to our own poor people here in Ottawa has dwindled? So that's the first part, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Secondly, the public in Ottawa is virtually unaware of this problem, and that's why they keep donating to what they perceive to be charitable donation boxes, but really are fraudulent donation boxes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think I've summarized the urgency question. Since we're talking about urgency and process, I think they've covered it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schwelle. Councillor Egley.
Ms. Jones, I'm wondering, the boxes are going on two different kinds of property. They're going on private property and they're going on public property, correct? City-owned property.
They're going in city-owned property, and to clarify for everybody, those boxes do go to charity. What we're dealing with specifically are the boxes on public property, private property, and it is complex in terms of the work we have to do to deal with property owners and mandating where their product has to go.
So in terms of process, though, and I'll accept what you're saying, that the ones on public property are going to charity, though those charities may be in Toronto or Montreal or I don't know. But my question is, I get it may be complex to deal with private property owners, but could we not do something more quickly to regulate what goes on our property rather than waiting until 2017?
In fairness and in terms of getting additional information, speaking with respect to the issues that bylaws been dealing with, it's been on the private property associated mostly with the condition of how they're being kept. With respect to the city-owned property, there have been meetings with our Parks and Rec department and our real estate folks, and I think we can, in the absence of needing to come back and amend the bylaws, certainly focus on making some changes internally to ensure we're addressing that, and then we can address the private property situation after the fact, and hopefully through working with our Parks and Rec department that we can address that earlier on land we own and land we control.
Appreciate that.
Just to follow up then, I mean, it seems to me that the primary problem is really on private property. So internal changes are kind of, it's both, but that internal changes alone are going to address it. So I'm just wondering if there would be a possibility of enacting a temporary bylaw to address this while the bylaw review is ongoing.
I would need to get a legal opinion on that and the complexities around that, and before I can comment. And I wouldn't know what the temporary bylaw would be at this point, and because we've got to understand what it is and the enforceability of determining where the product is going. That is complex.
Okay, so maybe between now and council, if legal could be prepared to consider the issues around a temporary bylaw, if there's a way to address the urgent concern that the delegation's raising today, and if they could give us some direction between now and council, that'd be appreciated. Councillor Schwelle.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, first of all, there is still a problem with the boxes on city property, because isn't it true there some of the people dropping the boxes are squirreling around the definition of a charitable institution, where they're giving a couple of percentage points to the charity and keeping the rest?
I have no direct knowledge of that, and that I can't comment on that because I don't have direct evidence to support that at this point.
We'll get into that.
Without the review.
Then the second part, in any interim bylaw, isn't it possible for the city to also work into its advertising portfolio education to the public, telling them that unless it is a certain type of box, it is a fraudulent box?
That, of course, would also require work to determine what a fraudulent box is. So that can all be part of the review, and that was the intent.
I think if someone from organized crime puts a donation box on someone's property without permission and claims the money's going to the United Way and it isn't, that's a fraudulent box.
And no doubt, we just have to prove it's organized crime.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, there should be nothing stopping us from advertising the problem, because 80% of people donating their clothes out there think it's going to the charity that's on the box, and it isn't. And it's leaving Ottawa, and our Ottawa people down at the Sheps and Mission, etc., don't have the clothes to go to job interviews. They don't have clothes to sometimes go to court. They don't have just general clothing available.
Thank you, Councillor Schwelle, for really demonstrating the complexity of this issue to us. I'm wondering also if we could give direction to staff, along with the legal opinion on an interim measure, if staff could look at shifting the work plan to have this bylaw go earlier so that we could get the review moved up. So if you could do that and report back to us at council and see if that would be possible, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, and with respect to the committee, then we would identify maybe a different date for some of the other matters which have come before us.
If you could make a recommendation between now and council on that, and with the backdrop of would it be possible to enact an interim measure to address some of these issues until the full review. So if you could look at those two issues between now and council and send a memo, that would be appreciated. Thank you to the delegation for being here today.
Thank you very much for your concern. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Our next speaker is Vivian Legere, and she'll be followed by Sue Zalea.
Hi, my name is Vivian Legere, and I'm here on behalf of the community.
Can you just speak right into the microphone? Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the Community Steering Committee, brought together 2 years ago by Councillor Rick Shirelli to address concerns of illegal conversions of single-family homes into rooming houses. I'd like to ask councillors to please make the bylaw regarding business license and rooming houses a top priority. People have tried to mischaracterize the proposed business license bylaw to include all rental properties in the city, but it should only apply to single-family homes within the geographical area. We need to find a solution before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And just a question to Ms. Jones arising from the presentation. The delegation was suggesting that we move up business licensing of rooming houses, which is currently Q4 2017. So just a comment on that.
Once again, it's at the will of committee in terms of how they want to prioritize, and based on what they've heard and what their issues are specifically. We can't do it all at once, and we recognize the importance, again, of continuing to manage this and the workload, and making sure we do the consultation appropriately and effectively.
And how long will that consultation period take?
Well, once again, we're committing to report back in early 2017, so that means we begin early next year in terms of the consultation and the approach on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shirelli?
All right, on that, I think you could probably shorten the process a bit if we just call it by what the delegation discussed, which is a regulation applying to single-family home rentals of rooms within a tight geographical area around the institution. Because if it's limited to that, it's not going to require somebody from CARP coming out to a meeting. They'll understand that it's not going to affect them, and we may narrow the issues significantly. So do you need to go to any sort of legal opinion on that?
Once again, we have to consult. So while it may be respectfully the opinion of one councillor that we can narrow it, until we go out and consult, and many people are renting homes out, and what are the rules around that? Once again, I would want to make sure we do it right and report back accordingly.
Is that it, Councillor?
Pardon me?
Is that it?
I guess so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is Sue Zalea still here? Okay, thank you. We'll move then to our final delegation, Eileen Woodside from PAWS. Just need to depress the button to turn on the microphone. There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon.
My name is Eileen Woodside.
And you speak into the microphone?
Yes. My name is Eileen Woodside, and I represent PAWS, a volunteer organisation dedicated to public awareness and education regarding the cruelty, abuse and deceit associated with selling pets for profit in our pet stores. We've been lobbying the city for 1.5 years on the issue of pets sold for profit in our pet stores. We would like to see Ottawa embrace an adoption-only model in line with the 5 other municipalities that have already passed legislation or are in the process of passing legislation. As at June the 1st, 2,400 healthy animals were available and looking for homes within 1 hour of our city.
Again, we're just discussing the timelines today, and right now the business licensing for pet shops is Q1 2016, so the first quarter next year. So if you could direct your comments to the process.
The process. Okay. Just to say, we have only 4 pet stores in our city that sell pets for profit, so the city won't face a critical opposition lobby with this bylaw. Municipalities are an integral part of shutting down unscrupulous puppy mills and protecting consumers, and it's believed that many pets sold in our pet stores are sourced from indiscriminate breeders and unscrupulous sources. The public at large are quite unaware often when they purchase pets in pet stores impulsively. Okay, we're asking for your support in championing an adoption-only model whereby pet stores can work collaboratively, not with breeders, but with local rescue groups and shelters, bringing our nation's capital in line with the other municipalities who have already successfully undertaken this as part of their legislation. Please support an amendment to the animal care bylaw and prohibit the sale of cats, dogs and rabbits in our pet stores. We would like to see Ottawa embrace a more humane approach to how we treat our animals and make our nation's capital one that we can all be proud of.
That it?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shirley has a question, and Councillor, just let me remind you, this is not about the bylaw, it's about the process and the timeline.
So first I'll ask Ms. Jones. I remember back when the former 12 municipalities came together and we were harmonizing the bylaws, and you and I posed for that picture in the local media with the bylaw books stacked up above our heads. When we did the pet-related bylaws at that time, was there any former municipality that had a large number of people commenting on the substance of that part of the bylaw, or that bylaw?
No one, as a councillor will recall, we were at Ben Franklin Place doing a major public consultation, I think, too, and actually there was very little comment at that time.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm just getting a sense of how this goes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shirley, and thank you to the delegation. Are there any questions to staff? Councillor Kakish.
Just a quick question for the delegation on, we hear a lot from staff about driving the underground market by having a complete ban. So what are your thoughts on that?
On the underground, on driving it underground?
By having a complete
Councillor, this is on the process today, not on the topic, just on is Q1 2016 a reasonable time.
I understand that, but I think it'd be helpful in formulating the timelines if we have a better understanding of it.
Well, not really, no. Because if we did that on every bylaw, we'd be here till midnight.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's my only question.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Woodside.
Thank you.
Okay, and one final delegation, Lori Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Martin. I'm with an organization called CARE, Canine Adoption and Rescue Education. And our mission is to increase awareness about the many rescue groups, of which there are over 35 canine and 15 feline organizations just within Ottawa. And I'm here today to reinforce Eileen's and Paul's motion to amend the current bylaw.
Okay, well, that's out of order, so I should like to speak to the process, which is the time of the review for this bylaw, which is currently sitting at Q1, which is the first quarter of 2016. That's what we're discussing today. We're not talking about the pets and business bylaw today. We're talking about the timeline and the process. So if you have any comments, we'd be happy to hear them on
So only
that
specifically
topic.
about the timeline?
Correct.
And your timeline is Q?
And the process. And the timeline is very high in terms of the priority list for this review. It's sitting in fourth place with Q1 2016. There's nothing really ahead of it.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Anyone else? Any questions to staff? Okay, so on the item then, can we carry it? Carried? Thank you very much. So, IPDs, do we have to? No. Okay, so notices of motion for consideration at subsequent meetings? Inquiries? Councillor Nusbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Burry had suggested that I might want to ask the question about the number of affordable housing units that we financed in the last term of council as an inquiry. I'd rather not, because then we'd have to wait until September before we get the answer. So maybe directions to staff, if we can follow up with that, and Mr. Burry can just send me an email. That would be good. Okay.
Great. Okay. Any other inquiries? Seeing none? Other business? Adjourned. Thank you all.